Yo! Good morning. I'm back. Good morning. Hope you guys are doing good. Today we're gonna code a flow field. Hope you guys are having a good day so far. I've been doing good. Much better. And after today, hopefully we are done with mostly all of the stuff in the Unity game. Can finish it up. Create some nice gameplay and then move on. I want to move on from Unity. I want to do something else. It's time. Because it's not that great to spend all of the time in something that I'm just want to learn, right? I think we've learned enough. Hello, Capushman. Good morning. Hello, Hobbly Hope you're doing good too. In main return 0, null exception. Breakup area. Yeah, error. Yeah, like I kind of want to finish the work in Unity. Today we're making a flow field. And then after that, I'll finish up the game and move on.
Hi.
I still want to try to do localization. Never done that before. But so far, I don't have any text in the game. So, yeah. Make 1 million enemies today? No, today we're going to make a flow field. And I've prepared some data and tested some things. I didn't go too deep. But I wanted to, you know, somewhat get an idea of how I could implement the flow field. And basically the way this is gonna work is... where's Unity? Here. We have a grid. World grid. Here it is. You can see these chunks or tiles. And inside each of these tiles is where we're gonna store data. And then an enemy is just gonna, every frame is gonna get his tile data and then decide what to do. So once they have chosen a target from the tile, they will do whatever they need to do. And when they have no target, let's say the target is dead, they will look at the tile again to figure out the next target. And that's basically what it's gonna... That's basically their AI. So if an enemy decides to attack a palisade on a tile, they will never let go until the palisade is gone. Deleted. Rip Unity streams. Yeah, we'll do other streams after that. Please don't get sidetracked today. Good luck. Thank you. Appreciate that, Huck. Yeah, I get sidetracked a lot, which is why I spent a little bit of time off stream to figure out what I want to do. And I got some questions, which I thought, okay, well, I could Google those, but maybe that's a great way to start the stream too. Hello Jinxie, hello Diamond, hello Azen, hello Warlock, good morning. Hi Cakes, hello Latramos, Llama Toast, good morning. UNC doing C# and almost big 26. But before I begin, I guess we can ask I can ask the question, then we're gonna watch a video about the guy that we've been following. Because I think he's one of the very few game developers on Steam, sorry, on YouTube that are actually making games and releasing them. He's much faster than me. I would love to get a lot more background, hopefully he goes into this, on him. How long he's been working on his game, what his prior experience was, and stuff like that. Because I think he's made the game in Godot. Ah, here it is. It took him 2.5 years to make this game, so that means, yeah, he's been much faster than me. How to import Blender models into Godot 4. I want to know what his prior experience was. Maybe he goes into this, but I think he goes into that here, which means maybe it would be better if I watch this first. And then we watch this one. We'll see, right? It depends. I'll decide on those two in a second. I want to watch this while people are dribbling. Basically, while people are coming in, you know. I want to watch those. But for now, I have a question for Unity. And that is the following. I have decided that I can do the grid two ways. I can use a dictionary, which I don't perfectly understand how that is coded, because there's two ways to access data from the dictionary, and that is the following. I can do info grid on XY, and that's the way. Oh my god! Ah, English. And that works like this. I do infogrid infogrid on, and let's say X and Y is the rows and columns on column, I think, and row, which in this case doesn't work because it's a vector 3 int to cell data. Vector 3 because Unity is dog shit when it comes to 2D, and whenever you get mouse positions, stuff like that, Unity returns you a vector 3. So essentially you have to work with, you don't have to, but it's easier to work with vector 3s in a 2D game than it is with vector 2s. You shouldn't even have a third component, but beside that, that's beside the point. And then so basically you generate, let's say, a vector 3, sorry, a actually a grid position, right? So that's an int grid coordinates, and that would be in this case new vector 3 int, and we take the column, comma the row, and then 0. And then you access the info grid on the grid coordinates, and you can change, for example, if it's occupied to true. However, and this is where my knowledge ends. Let's see the error here. Cannot modify the return value of this because it's not a variable. That's the first thing that pisses me off, and actually it makes me mad. I can't do that. So now instead of being able to do this, which in my opinion, okay, it's a map, so it holds data somehow. Maybe it's a reference, maybe it's an allocation somewhere on the heap. I don't know how exactly the map holds the data, but essentially I have to try and get the value as far as I understand. So that's a function on the map that returns me, that returns me the cell data. And this is where it becomes annoying, because can I use it here immediately? Okay, I can. So essentially I have to try get the value. If there is no value, it returns me null or something, right? I guess this returns a boolean too, but I think if this is not set, this could also be 0. In long story short, the map pisses me off because I want to iterate over an array of grids or of cells, tiles, get the fucking data and change it. That's all I want to do. And I tried implementing this a bit and it made me mad because it's so annoying. Because I think if, okay, I have to do if here. If I have this, well, maybe I want to have some sort of, and then now I need that, right? I need that private void init grid, right? And then I would just do info grid, right, in a loop on all of those stupid grid coordinates going from left to right. And I set this to default values because I want to initialize it. Essentially, I want to initialize it to 0. Maybe there's a function for that too. But then I was like, okay, well, that's a bit annoying and is making me mad. I scratched that and now I have an idea. Which is, I generate a array, one-dimensional array of columns times rows. And that holds cell data. And now here is the question that I would like for you guys to... Here's the big question. Now, I can access the cell data info grid directly, but it's easier for me to create a function to get me cell data on a coordinate X and Y. I wrote that function here. And then I use this ref keyword. And in my hope is that this is the same as private cell data reference or pointer like in C++. Is that correct? Long story short, is that correct? I could make a 2D array too, yes. Ref is a pointer. Okay, so I know I'm getting a pointer back here. You don't need that. So what you're saying is if I have a function without the ref, it would still return me a reference or some sort of pointer. It would be a copy. I was assuming that it would be a copy. So because here's where it gets thicker. Okay, here where the plot thickens. Hello, Techboxnov. Good morning. Since it's a struct. Oh, it's a struct. Since now I would have to turn it into a class. Class is reference struct. This is so retarded. It makes me mad. Sorry. I hate this implicit shit from C#. It makes me... It makes me so... But okay, so basically when you do... It's not perfect. Because how about I just tell the program when to return me a reference or not? No. This gives me... This doesn't... I think this is dumb. Sorry. I feel like this is implicit while I'm being explicit here. That's all. Why not use refs? No, anyways. So I want to get a reference to cell data. Then I get the cell data here. I need to shift this all the way by... Because I can index into minus values. So I would have to shift the column here by half of this because an array can never have negative indexes. I'll figure that out later. But essentially, I get the cell data here. I get the world position where I'm at. And then I try to loop over all of the enemies in the scene. I get their distances. And I store the 5 closest targets. Essentially, that's what I'm doing. So I would do that. No, ref doesn't work. This does not work. It's complaining. So this is also another thing that is making me mad because it... Wait. No. Yeah, so I cannot put ref here anywhere to signal. Anyways, yeah, so now we are using a class. That's fine. In any case, so now I know that I'm using a reference here, so I can change the cell data. Guys, stop. Rico will stay banned. Stop asking. Okay, now I'll code this later. I wanna wait for a couple more people to dribble in. We're gonna code this exact stuff later. First, I wanna see how well the guy did that made the Godot game about speed running, in a way. This guy, the Blood Thief. Let's first look at the Blood Thief Steam. We've looked at this many times, and I was surprised by the player count on release only being 189, and I don't think it ever recovered and got higher, right? No, it was only, and I'll get to that, 189 because Blood Thief demo exists, and that one spiked once at 600 because I think of a viral video that he made. That's why I'm saying only, right? Because usually you are expecting a game to do better, but I'm not saying that this game is doing bad at all. I think for your first game, he spent 2.5 years on this. Just looking at the numbers, obviously it flattens out a bit here when you do no content, when you do nothing. I feel like he's been doing a really good job, and I'm pretty sure this is his latest video that we're gonna watch. The question is, do we watch his journey? This game took me 2.5 years to make, or do we watch the after releasing? Because I want to know what his prior knowledge was when starting this. Maybe this video talks a little bit more about that, right? It's about, me as a developer, and maybe you guys are the same, when you see someone else doing so many things so quickly, so well, you start to question, well, how is this guy so good comparatively to me, while I've been working my ass off too for the last X years and I basically got nowhere, right? Or let's not say nowhere, but comparatively, it's like night and day. What do you guys think? Which one should we watch? No, I don't want to do a double react. Since you're testing Unity and you already tested Godot, it's Unreal Next. First one. The first one here. If you're used to pointers, you can use these kinds of things by allowing unsafe code and freeing malloc yourself. Nah, I don't want to free malloc myself. Anyways, we're gonna watch this then. Might reference first one, likely results. Okay, we'll watch the results and then I'll watch this maybe in private for myself because it is 25 minutes. Interesting though, what I find crazy is that his official launch trailer only, comparatively again, has 20,000 views compared to all of his other videos. Very interesting. Let's see, I'm interested in this guy. Let's see, how much did he sell? What would you estimate, by the way, how much he earned? The game costs right now, it sits at... How much is it? Can we not see the price? Here, price history. Oh, it sits at 15 euros. Interesting, that's a lot. It's actually 19, it's currently in a discount. It's actually 19, but oh my god, this guy... You guys think this guy has earned 1 million? At 500 reviews? At 20 bucks? No? 75k? No way. No way. 100k? Huh. I think it's gonna be more than 100k, maybe 500k. I don't think a mil. Like, I'm talking Steam money without the minus 30%, right? I think 500k plus. 500k plus Steam revenue and then minus 30%. Let's see.
Been about a month since
Sorry.
It's been about a month since I released my super fast melee dungeon runner.
Congratulations!
On Steam. It's time to answer the question, how did the launch go?
$1 million!
Sorry.
The launch, I managed to accrue over 100,000 wish lists, and so I did the absolutely unhinged and quit my job and went all in on this project. So, am I recording this video from my yacht in the Caribbean, or am I recording from a dumpster home rigged with internet, or something?
Damn, they look kind of nice. I gotta be honest. Wait, give me a sec.
Or am I recording from a dumpster
Not bad.
home rigged with
cooking.
internet, or something in between? I'll be talking all about it in this video. So as of the time of this recording, Blood Thief is sitting at a 96% positive on Steam right now, which is absolutely incredible to have worked on something for so long and then seeing that it's resonating with people.
Oh, yeah.
It's just the best feeling in the world, and I just couldn't be happier. So I just want...
Like, it's crazy also to see he's making really good devlog videos too. talking about gameplay stuff. We have watched quite a lot of his stuff. And they all resonated very well with, well, mostly people that make games watch these videos, right? Game developers. They resonated very well.
I want to say thank you to everyone who's left.
And it's not like he's editing like crazy, right? He's not. He's showing gameplay footage.
Review. And let me tell you, that review score would be a whole lot lower if I wasn't quick to address some of the issues I'll be talking about in this video. The post-launch time has been extremely hectic. I do have some numbers to share later in the video, but for the most part, I would say that most of my time can be broken out into two separate buckets. The first bucket being bug fixes, and the second bucket being working on new features. So I want to start with bug fixes, because there's some funny ones in here. The first one, not funny. Mainly because it's the game literally not working. As it turns out, my release timing was really not so good because I happened to release Blood Thief during a time when there was a horrific AMD driver bug that was impacting a very specific subset of people with very specific...
Man, imagine we get that and we're making our own engine. Can we do anything about that? Maybe he's even in a worse position? Godot, classic Godot? Wait, is that because of Godot? And so it wouldn't happen in your own engine?
Specific AMD hardware that was basically causing any game made with the Godot engine to just...
It's like Godot's not catching many W's here in this video. Okay, he's used Godot to make the game.
Straight up not work. Now, AMD actually was quick to fix this bug, but the issue is that now anybody who was running into this issue needed to do a driver update. And so there was just a small portion of players where when they opened up the game, it looked like this, which...
Let me see, wishlist, Discord, and Blood Thief devlog at the bottom. Very nice, okay.
Is not good. I actually did know about it before the launch, which was really great for my pre-launch anxiety. I did a post on Discord and on Steam basically warning users about it and telling them, hey, update your drivers and you'll be fine.
Don't read
but I mean,
this.
who am I kidding? I know nobody reads those things, so I actually frantically added an update a day after launch that basically detected if you had that bad driver and gave you a pop-up in the main menu saying, hey, are you seeing a weird bug right now? If so, update your drivers, please. Oh, also...
Smart. I like that a lot. See, this is the best thing you can do as a developer. You cannot really make people do something unless you force them to. Really good stuff.
Forgot to mention
See, this is why this guy is such a good developer, because he does these things that most people wouldn't do.
Blood Thief has two
Might be a small thing, but it's actually something really big.
different launch options. One is the default launch option, and the other is the DirectX option. The DirectX option worked fine. It was not impacted by this bug. So if anyone was running into this bug, they could launch with DirectX and they could play the game. Now, even with all the pre-launch warnings, even with the secondary launch option, still the game got some bad reviews because of this bug. But
game will not work at all with my AMD RX. I'm afraid to get past the menu due to the texture glitch, as well as completely making Windows shit the bed. Hopefully get fixed. Rough start. How about you read, mate? The big pop-up menu?
What are you gonna do? The other really bad bug that happened after launch was this one crash that was happening to a small portion of players that were using the DirectX launch option. It only happened on level 3-9, and I actually was able to reproduce it, thank God, basically by just playing like a maniac. I was able to fix the bug essentially just by toning down a bunch of the effects if the player is using the DirectX launch option. I don't know why, but for some reason DirectX can just handle less stuff than Vulkan. But yeah, turned
Godot engine again, huh? They're not making a good showing for themselves in this video here. No, I'm using DirectX, mate. I can. Have you seen my game? It's not DirectX, guys. It's their DirectX implementation in Godot. DirectX is fine. Yeah, array full? Yeah. Yeah, it's a Godot issue. Holy, like, how bad is this engine, mate? Like, this guy, this guy, I would say is really smart and a very talented game developer, and he just gets cock-blocked by Godot.
down some of those particle effects, and it
I
made
wonder
the
if he
crash
uses
go away.
Godot again
One
for the
last
next
bug
game.
that I would classify as major was this weird Steam Cloud sync issue where people would close the game and they would see something that looked like this. And as far as I know, it didn't actually matter which one you selected. I always told people to do your local save because that just seems safer to me, especially if you're only playing on one device. To this day, I actually still don't.
He added a lot of good content to the game, man. Look at those freaking buildings. Yeah, what is this? Church buildings. They look so good. Good. Geil in English. My God.
Don't know what causes this issue. I do.
Give me a sec. Thank you very much, Peter. I appreciate that, bro. That's crazy. Thank you so much for the big support. My man. Thank you.
Peter, my man, thank you for $7. It is carnival, my dude. From now on you will be less noticeable between all the other clowns.
Yeah, okay. Thanks
JK,
for the money.
You're still
Yeah.
the top clown.
Salami, 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 salami.
Czar for what?
Thanks for the money, asshole. I appreciate that. Yeah.
I think I made it better by cleaning up a lot of Blood Thief save code. There were a lot of places where Blood Thief was actually like writing to the save file twice, where it should have been writing once. Potentially that was confusing Steam. I don't know. It does seem to be a lot better than it once was, but I do see
There's
this.
something we have to set up in C++ 2, Steam Cloud saves. We haven't done that yet. But as far as I understand, you just save your file and then you upload to Steam calling a Steam function. And maybe what he was doing was usually some of the Steam functions, when you call them, you can't call them again. And then they get, they have like a limit. For example, when you get your leaderboards, you can't get your leaderboard again for a while.
Issue pop up from time to time. So now I want to talk a little bit about optimization. A few users reported that the game was performing worse for them than the demo was, which made absolutely no sense because if anything, I had done a ton of optimizations since the demo that should have
Say it, chat. Godot. Yeah.
made it run better. It turned out there was actually one key change that I made since the demo that was actually pretty severe that I didn't notice because I've got a decent CPU. So the thing that I had implemented since the demo was something called object pooling, which is useful when you have a whole bunch of instances of the same object, like for example, projectiles or...
Object pooling, by the way, guys, for those of you who are coding in C++, it's just a fixed size array. That's all it is.
Little blood giblet things. In a nutshell, object pooling is basically just pre-create all the projectiles, all the blood giblets, and kind of just like store them invisibly off to the side where no one can see them. And then when they're needed in the game, you just grab it from the object pool, place the object where it needs to go, instead of creating it from nothing right then and there, which can be expensive. This wasn't...
Yeah, it's expensive because it allocates memory, and then when you no longer need it, you deallocate the memory. And if you do that a lot of times, then that becomes slow.
a necessary optimization for the demo because there's not a lot of levels where there's a lot going on in the demo, but in the full game there's a lot of these kind of bullet hell like levels where there's like projectiles and particle effects and all sorts of things happening all over the place. And so for the full game, object pooling is basically the only reason why some of those later levels are able to run at all at a stable frame rate. But I made one key mistake with my object pooling implementation that basically made it so those earlier levels that don't really need it run worse than the demo.
Wait, before he explains why, how can you fuck up a fixed array? How? Because you have, let's say, an array of 100 slots and you need one object in the array. You increase the counter by 1, which is free. It's just plus plus 1 or plus equals 1. And then you update that one thing. Guys, it's not about array full. It's about worse performance. There is just no way. Just watch the video, Custom Engine Brain. He'll explain. Memory page. He's saying he spawning. Pre-spawning is when you load in the level. You load the level, do a loading screen, you preload, that's fine. Then it's loaded in memory, it sits there, it does nothing. It's because the first levels didn't need that amount of, it doesn't matter. Because if you need them all, like now the problem is that if you need them all and it runs fine, then if you don't use them but they just sit there and do nothing, you are actually having a better performance because you're not updating, let's say, 100 objects. You're just not updating any objects. They just sit there. He's running physics stuff on the objects in the pool that weren't visible. Oh, so physics on objects that do nothing.
Essentially, I forgot to turn off physics for objects that were in the pool. And so any object that was in the pool, even though it was invisible and out of play, was still causing a ton of load on the CPU. So easy fix, just turn
Okay.
turned off physics for objects in the pool, and that ended up being a huge optimization. Okay, so those were the
See, oh yeah, okay.
major things. Lots and lots of minor bug fixes.
This is why it's not just a simple array in engines, because the moment you make an object pool of, let's say, a projectile and you add a physics collider to it, just having a physics collider causes a physics update step. Yeah, I mean, that's a quirk of all engines, not just Godot.
A lot of places where geometry was just bad. Like, for example, lava that wasn't lava, or walls that would kill you, or little doors that you could squeeze through when you weren't supposed to. And yeah, just some immersion breaking stuff, which always sucks. Like, for example, you can see out of bounds in some places. There were some item descriptions that got completely foobarred. And yeah.
Okay.
I just spent a lot of my time those first few weeks just really focusing on fixing all those immersion breaking things.
I want to see how many updates he did in the first couple of weeks. Let's see. So this is the game. Let's test this. And then we go to patches. Major patch. Yeah, a couple of days ago. And when was the game released? When did the game release? Again, it released... Oh, shit. You can't see... I hate that. Forgot when it was released. It was September 22nd. Okay. How many patches did you do? 2 days later, then another day later, then he spent 5 days working on another minor patch. And then new overall rank leaderboard plus Korean translation. So that took him September 30th, I think 7 to 8 days. Okay, another 2 days. Then a couple more days, no title, just no title. I guess these were quick fixes. Balance stuff, more bug fixes. So yeah, basically, I thought he would do more patches, but I guess you don't really have to. Interesting. See, what I was expecting, could be wrong too, that he would push 5 updates on September 22nd. Between 22nd and 24th, likely a bunch of ghost patches. Also, what you mean he didn't make these patches public? And wait, is this a post? Oh, so this is a post. I understand now. So, aha. Changed files in this update. So, wait, how does that work? He didn't do a post, but he still updated the game, is what you're saying. So you only see public posts related to patches here. But it could be that between this date and this date, which is 2 days, he did 100 updates. He only just wrote a post about it 2 days later. With the name of the patch. I understand how that works then. Okay, yeah, okay. I'm expecting way more updates here. Yeah. Okay, interesting.
Okay, that's enough talk about bugs. I also have been spending a lot of time this last month working on cool new features. One that I'm really happy with is the new mega leaderboard that combines all your scores from all the levels and ranks everyone by...
Oh, that's something really cool. That's something I should add to my game as well. Very cool stuff.
Their average rank. The way I implemented this is pretty interesting, so I'm going to talk about it. So I've talked about this in other devlogs, but for those of you that don't know, I'm using Steam's leaderboard feature for Blood Thieves leaderboards, and Steam
really
doesn't
cool
have the ability to make like a meta leaderboard that combines the value.
Oh, I see. So you grab all leaderboards and then you just add things together, I guess.
Of other leaderboards.
So you iterate over all leaderboards and then you build an average, or you just sum up everything and divide it by the count.
I had to do it myself. Essentially, I've got a cron job running every night at like 2 a.m. that essentially pulls every single score from every single leaderboard, gets the average of every single user's score, and then reposts it to the global leaderboard one by one, because Steam also doesn't have any bulk updating tools, which
Yeah, they don't. Oh, wow. So anyone that ever participated in your leaderboards. Interesting. Okay.
is kind of insane in my opinion, but that's a topic for another day. So since this script
Yeah, no, this guy is smart. Yeah, well, I said that before. Like, this guy's been like, I really want to know how long he's been making games for, because this stuff is very sophisticated, you know? And implementing all of this stuff takes time.
only runs once per day, that means that the leaderboard only updates once per day. But I kind of like this, actually. It kind of reminds me of the scene in the movies where the teacher posts the grade on the bulletin board at the beginning of the day and everyone's rushing to see what their grade is. I feel like it just creates excitement. I like it. I also implemented this badge feature where people who win these one-off competitions that I've been hosting on my Discord server, they get a little badge by their name. And
I think you don't even need a Python script. The way I do this in my game is I have multiple levels, and for each level there's one leaderboard. And I grab all of the leaderboards in the beginning of the game. So let's say I have 20 levels, I grab 20 leaderboards. Now I store all of those into memory. Basically, I grab the data that I want and I store that in memory. And so I don't have to query the leaderboards again. I only query the leaderboards again when I update my score. So for example, I don't know, I select the level, I play the level, I win or lose, whatever, I get a score, and then I upload my score while at the same time downloading the new score for the leaderboard. But I still have all of those scores for all of those different leaderboards and my personal score in each leaderboard. So I think technically the moment I update my score in any leaderboard, I could just plus together all of the leaderboard scores, my personal scores, and then upload that overall score in the global leaderboard too. And then I don't need a Python script. Interesting. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll write that down actually. Because someone also wanted a leaderboard. Enex, I still have that, right? Leaderboard in the pause menu. That could be the global leaderboard, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I haven't implemented that yet, but it's on the list. Where is that though? Where is it though? Here. Then global leaderboard. Somewhere. Yeah, good stuff. Interesting. Yeah, we might even code that on stream. We'll see. Tangy TD leaderboard. He is a software engineer, not learned to code by making games. He is a SE, not learned to code by making games. In Godot, you can use the visible on-screen notifier 2D or notifier 3D node signals when the object enters and exits the camera view, which can enable disable physics state. Aha, so maybe they were on the camera's view. Why would it remain on? Well, in Unity, physics get disabled when the object is disabled. Why would it remain on in Godot? Oh, that's why, because it could be in the camera's view in Godot. Kinda terrible implementation, but okay. Let's not shit on Godot anymore.
I hope to do a few more of these, so these are fun. I also finally got around to adding the arachnophobia feature that I talked about in a prior devlog. Look at these little guys running around. And I finally got a chance to implement literally the most requested feature on the Discord, which is this custom blood color feature. I think it's dual purpose in that it's important for some people who, don't want to see a bunch of blood and gore for whatever reason. But also, come on, this is just awesome. Look at this. I got pink blood. Now I got green blood. Now I got... Ugh. I implemented this by changing the color of all the blood textures in the game from red to white, and then just tinting the color to be whatever color the user configured in the settings. But because now blood was white, I had to go through all the places in the game where there was blood already placed and just make sure that I manually tinted it to be red.
If he forgot a couple of places, 100%. I guarantee you he forgot some.
Unfortunately, I missed a spot in the worst possible place. The king's bed. It's supposed to be like a dramatic scene where you discover the king has been killed. But now we got this. I ended up finding this like a week after I pushed this build to main, and it just makes me cringe every time I think of some player coming across the king for the first time and thinking, Blargus, you're a sick bastard. Okay, and last but not least, the main thing I've been working on post-launch, custom levels for Blood Thief is launching right now.
Yeah, so mod support. This guy's farming, man. Holy shit, that's why the update went so viral on this. Holy moly. 120 players, actually good.
If you're watching this video, it's out, and you can go on Steam Workshop right now and play some user maps. For those of you that don't know, this has actually been in beta.
This, by the way, is the most important feature for a game like that. That's why so many games survive. Like, big one comes to mind is Celeste, because there's so many custom maps that you can explore. It is one of the biggest ones, you dummy.
For a while now.
Because it's a speedrunning game.
I've been playing some of these maps on my stream. Look, there's my silly little face. And some of these maps are incredible. If you've been following my devlogs, you know this feature has been a long time coming. I basically built Blood Thief from the ground up to support this type of thing. Users now...
I hope that my game at some point gets the same, not the same, but somewhat enough traction to warrant me releasing my editor too. I can't show you right now because I'm working on the game and I want to make like a big surprise. However, I have a really cool level editor on my game too, and you can basically create endless amounts of levels. I really hope that I get enough money, and so aka time from the game, so I can release that feature too. Because I think it'll keep not only the game alive, but also create some really cool stuff and content for the game that you guys can make. I really do.
Now have the exact same tools that
And the awesome part is, we could even think about custom scripting, where I let you code in. I don't know how I'll do it, but it's possible that I'll allow you to run. Now, we have to see how we're gonna do it if I give you some functions or something, because there could be malicious code coded into these levels as well, because it's C++, right? So we gotta be careful about that, but I could potentially even allow you to code in stuff. You know?
I use to make
but that could be some hackerman stuff.
For the main game, so the possibilities are just truly limitless, and you can make
Bad
maps
Lua?
just like the ones in the game.
Maybe.
Probably even better, with keys, doors, dialogue, triggers, breakables, giant dramatic events and set pieces, and literally everything else that you could possibly see in a Blood Thief level. It's all there. And then downloading other people's maps is as easy as going on Steam Workshop and clicking a button. And as mappers have already demonstrated, I really was only scratching the surface with these tools with the base game's maps. Just in the beta, I've seen everything from these
Yeah, there's so many talented people, it's crazy.
super difficult maps to puzzle maps to these epic temples. Someone recreated the Bad Apple music video using the dialogue system. It's just incredible. And with Steam Workshop, folks can rate maps, leave comments, and creators can update them, take feedback. And then on my end, I'll be hosting competitions and map jams, including one going on right now. You can check the Discord for that. It's just gonna be crazy. I literally could not be more stoked for this feature. For people interested in playing maps, you just go on Blood Thief Steam Workshop, subscribe to the map you want to play, and then it'll show up on
That's
your
cool.
Workshop tab in the game. And for people that want to make maps, there's a link in the description which will link you to a guide.
Is what in Tangy TD? The map editor? It's part of Tangy TD. I just don't allow you to access it. It's just the code gets compiled out at the moment when I ship it to you.
On making custom maps for Blood Thief. By the way, the game is on.
Cakez bot infiltrated Discord? Did? Oh, this guy. I saw that. Yeah, let's delete this guy. Ban. Thank you very much. Hacked account or whatever. Appreciate that. Hopefully it deletes everything. Yeah, it did. Thank you very much, man. Good stuff.
Sale right now for 20% off. So if you've been thinking about picking it up, there's never been a better time.
Let's see. How's the player numbers? I looked at this earlier. The player numbers right now looking decent, right? Yeah, it's about 85. That's a really good bump. You can see that. If this stays higher than before this update, then the map editor did a lot. I'll try to come back to the game in a couple of weeks And if the baseline for the game increases from... It's difficult to say, right? Because it's just so early after release. Usually the line would go down even further before like a big patch like this happens. But if it stays higher, then he made the game better and the traction to the game stays more than it was before.
Okay.
We get into the numbers?
That was the fun part.
No.
Now for some pain. Post-launch nerfs and buffs.
Hmm.
Let's talk about the buffs first because those will be less controversial. Biggest thing was that basically every sword in the game got an air control boost a week or two after launch. A lot of the reviews were complaining about the lack of air control, and I kind of just realized that
What does
the
that
game
mean?
is more fun when you have more air control, so I caved and I just gave basically every weapon more air control.
What does that
I was finding
mean?
that the Dawn Blade was far too weak, so I gave it some starting blood. And here's a big one. This level, the Oak's Labor Bell, was proving to be an extremely big difficulty spike, which I knew it was. I knew it was going to be a big difficulty spike. This
Everyone makes that mistake. I've made that mistake like 5 times. You make a level, you start out very slowly, everyone can beat the level, then make another level, you increase the difficulty a little bit, and then all of a sudden, boom, everyone just dies and they boom, and you smash them into the ground. And I thought, I'm like, man, okay, so that's gonna trigger their OCDs and they just wanna really beat the level, but most people just quit and told me that my level design sucks, because it was too difficult. It just went like this and I boom into oblivion.
level
Everyone
is almost
does that.
exactly right at the mid game, and so I wanted it to be kind of this epic moment right in the middle of the game that ended in this big triumphant battle.
See, and I thought this was fine, and everyone thinks this is fine, or many people think it's fine, because you know why? Elden Ring does the same. They put a freaking boss right at the start of the world. And it's like, oh, if Elden Ring can do it, I can do it too. Well, apparently not.
But it proved
Maybe the difference is that in this game, just as in my game, the level is mandatory to beat, and in Elden Ring, it's optional. So you don't have to beat the boss, but you can. That might be the difference.
to be a little bit too much. I actually saw Moist Critical playing this live, and this
I saw Moist Critical play this game too. I was surprised that he played it. I was like, damn, that's cool. But Moist Critical, for those of you who don't know, that's Charlie, the YouTuber with, I think, 17 million subscribers. I really like watching him. He's very cool. And he is very big into speedrunning games. So if you have a speedrunning game and you're building a YouTuber target list for sending emails, you should definitely try reaching out to him too. He could be playing your game. If you're making a speedrunning game, you should definitely try to contact him.
likes hard games, and I swear he was so close to rage quitting, and thank God he didn't, but that was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah, good stuff. Good decision. Very good decision.
Where I was like, all right, I need
Is that Jesus?
I need
Yep.
to fix this.
How did that miss?
So I basically added these additional launch pads all over the place in the level, which basically can help save you in a pinch. And that, paired with the additional air control, actually made the level feel way more fair in my opinion, but still a proper challenge.
If I keep hitting that fucking lava, I'm gonna have a conniption.
The other level that people were just hounding me for was 3-9, which is one of my favorite levels. You know, it's one of the last levels
Damn,
in the
there's
whole
a lot
game,
of stuff
so
in the game.
I wanted it to be hard, but yeah, I think I went a little bit too far with that one. So I basically tuned this one to be a little bit easier by making these guys do less damage, which they're one of the main enemies in this level, so I think it makes a big difference. Okay, now for the controversial stuff.
Okay.
So the first nerf that I did in Blood Thief was with the toothpick, which is this dagger here. Its ability is a double jump, and essentially the double jump was just way too good. The toothpick works just like anything else in Blood Thief, where it aims to never ever slow you down. So when you hit the double jump button, it doesn't overwrite your upward velocity, which is how most games do it.
It adds to it. Yeah,
which
yeah.
in most scenarios works great, looks super.
This, by the way, is how Celeste works. So, for example, in Celeste, you can dash, and that gives you a speed boost, and jump almost at the same time, just a little bit later. And then the dash speed, together with the forward jump speed, gets added on top of each other, and you jump into Africa. It's crazy. And it's really cool to do in Celeste. Like, it feels very, very cool. And he's basically doing the same, learning from Celeste. but apparently it's too OP.
Cool, feels good, but in some scenarios is completely busted. Which I know Blood Thief is supposed to be the game where you have these absolutely absurd movement.
But like my question is, why can't you keep it in the game and keep it busted? Like if we compare this to Megabonk, as far as I can tell, in Megabonk the guy never really fixed these big issues. So for example, you can still gain so much speed by jumping that you can fall outside of the map because you can jump outside the map. Isn't that true? You can still do that there. So he never really fixed it. Keep watching? Okay.
Abilities, and you can do these crazy moves that break the game entirely, but not moves that take no skill whatsoever. So I toned down that double jump a little bit. The other big nerf that I did was with
So basically what I was saying is you can beat the level in 2 seconds if you just get more speed in the entire time, and then you skip the entire level because you can jump over everything. That's what he's saying.
Weapon, the Life Harvester. Its ability is a directional dash that you activate when you
Holy
attack.
shit, how fast is that?
Within a couple of weeks after launch, the Life Harvester was just dominating the leaderboards, basically holding the world record in most of the levels in the game. Which, that's no fun. In my opinion, it's way more fun to try to find the best tool for the job and figure out which weapon fits that level the best. And yeah, I was just getting a lot of feedback from a lot of players, basically just saying,
for those of you who played Tangy TD, Wind Slash, right? I gotta nerf that ability, don't you think?
there's no reason to use any other weapon besides the Life Harvester once you get it. So I nerfed it by making that dash ability cost a little bit of blood. I knew this was going to be controversial. I knew not everyone was going to like this, but I also knew this is what was best for the game. It unfortunately led to a few more negative reviews, but hey, can't make an omelet.
On strike till harvester unnerf. 70 hours. Wait, not peak. Live harvester gutted. 45 hours on record.
Without cracking a few eggs. I am bitter though. Anyway, one huge downside of these nerfs was that now I've got these leaderboards full of times that are now impossible to get.
Yeah, you need to reset your leaderboards. The way that Megabonk fixes this is by having a reset. Is it every week or every couple of hours? How often does Megabonk reset the leaderboards?
At
it's
first
a timer.
I thought, okay, not a big deal. I will simply write a script that deletes any leaderboard time under a certain threshold submitted before the nerf that is using the Life Harvester. Steam has a web API for this type of stuff, so I figured I could have a script ready in just a few hours.
I work on my game every day, you dummy, bro. I'm streaming right now. It doesn't mean that this is all I do every day. I work on it every day.
The morning writing the script, and then I realized Steam doesn't have an API method for deleting leaderboard entries.
You need to go into every single leaderboard entry and then delete it by hand or reset the leaderboard. Yes, I know.
It's literally the D in CRUD. How do you guys not have a delete method? So because of that, I had to go in and manually delete all the invalid times by hand, which friggin' sucked. Hopefully I never have to nerf anything ever again. I will say, I'm optimistic that I won't have to because the leaderboards are looking really quite diverse these days with different swords being the meta in different levels, and
that's good.
It's really satisfying seeing all different swords showing up as top times now. Okay, that's all the game development stuff. Now
okay, money.
It's time to talk business.
Money.
The vital question that any game dev asks themselves is
how much, chat? I say 500. How much you say? And I say 500 before Steam's 30% cut. So 500 on Steam, then minus 30%. 200k, 100k. You guys Googled this, right? I saw this earlier. You guys are all saying 200k because you Googled it. 180k, 200k, 300k. Okay. I say 500. 1 billion? I don't think so, mate.
Will this game make enough money so I can keep making games? And the answer to that question, in my case, is yes, it did. It made enough money, folks. We did it. I'm going to make another game. I don't have to crawl back to my old job quite yet.
How much? Say how much.
Yeah, as it stands right now,
Say how much.
Blood Thief has sold just over 9,000 copies, and it's actually
Okay, that's like, that's not even, okay.
continuing to just sell, which is amazing.
Yeah.
I was fully prepared for Blood Thief to just not sell any copies after, like, you know, the first week, but sales are just still coming in steadily every single day. And, you know, it could taper off tomorrow. I don't know. But for now, things are going good, and we're going to be able to make another game, folks. So I'm stoked. I'm not going to tell you what that game is at this time.
Obviously not. Calculator. Now, we can't really go off of how much it was actually, but let's see, 9,170 multiplied by the launch discount, which was, we got a, you know, so price history graph. The launch discount was 19 bucks, no, 17 bucks, 17.55, 17,55, that is 160k. That is the minimum. It wasn't $12, bro. He sold the game for 17. Gonna take regional pricing into account. Yeah, no, I'm just saying euros for now, but I know it's not accurate. So we could like round this up or down. It's a rough estimate. It's not actually that much. I'm surprised, I have to say. You guys think that it is mostly that low? Please, okay, don't miss. Guys, use your brain. Mostly that low because of the steep price? What do you guys think? It's without the Steam cut. For 2.5 years of work, it's very little. No? 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 If you divide this by 3 years, that's still over 50k a year. What are you talking about? At least where I live, 50k a year is big money. I could live comfortably off 50k a year, very comfortably. Okay. I'm just saying. I don't know how you spend your money, but if you got some money left over, hey, I could take it, okay? If you think that 50k a year is nothing, how about you give me some 20k? I'll take it. I can hold it for you. I can, you know, manage it for you. All I'm saying, okay, bruh? I think that's great. I told you, Cakes, the smart way to make money with a game is by implementing Bitcoin mining. Yeah, we should do that. True. Don't you have like 90% 90% tax? No. It depends on how much you make, but I think it goes up to 46, 7, something like that. It goes very high, but yeah. It's not 90%. I think you can live comfortably in Kenya off of the Tangy TD revenue, Cakes. Yeah, just wait, okay, bro? You're just being minus 40% tax. Yeah, anyways, whatever. I think it's so low, like the amount of copies sold, because the price point is quite high. What do you guys think? I think it's just a little too much money. If it was a bit lower, maybe you could have sold more copies and made more money. See, like, this is the difficult trade-off you have to do, right? You put your game price high, and then people buy less, but if you put it lower, people buy more, but the offset between sold copies and price point usually determines how much you earn. So it could be that even if he put his price lower, there wouldn't have been as many sales, and therefore he would have earned less money, even if he sold more copies. Difficult to say. But the game continues to sell, so that's great. He's gonna make the same amount of money, maybe a little less, over the course of next couple of months, 2 years. So he's still gonna earn from the game. It's just the initial burst of money, right? So let's say 160k is the initial burst. He's gonna earn more money while the game's running, right? He's still earning money in 2 years from now, unless Steam shuts down. And that's the good thing. Now he's making a new game and can earn side money from this game. Put out updates, so that's how you can support yourself. So I think he's gonna be fine for multiple years. He can add discounts later. Yeah, he can. I think he inflated his reviews back in the day, 500 reviews was 1 million. I think the reason why I think the reason why that many reviews, YouTube. I think that's a big, and you can do the same thing for me. I have compared my demo, Tangy TD demo. I have 40 reviews for my demo. Even 50 almost, right? And that is a lot of reviews, but not that many players. And I think that is the same for him. It's inflated because of YouTube / streaming, stuff like that. How long did it take him to make the game? I missed the part. 2.5 years. About 2.5. So 2.5 years. Unfortunately, didn't say how long
to just not
he's been
sell
working
any copies after,
on games at all. Unfortunately, yeah.
like, you know, the first week, but sales are just still coming in steadily every single day. And, you know, it could taper off tomorrow. I don't know. But for now, things are going.
As long as you're making content, I think it's the same as for those of you who know, right, the pirate software situation. He makes content and he continuously sells his game that way too. I think it's going to happen for him too. You continuously make content. You always talk about your game a bit. People get reminded and then they buy the game over time.
We're gonna be able to make another game, folks. So I'm stoked. I'm not gonna tell you what that game is at this time.
Congratulations.
I still don't really know what it is.
Very nice.
I'm still very much in Blood Thief mode, but I'm excited. So
nice.
Yeah, exciting times. All right, that's all for this video. Remember that Blood Thief is 20% off right now, so pick it up now while it's on discount. Okay, thanks everybody. Bye.
Bye. Yeah, I'm gonna watch this alone.
In 2023, I
didn't click on that. You was too fast, bro. I'm gonna watch this later, guys. Maybe if you guys want me to watch it on stream, I'll watch it on stream. But I don't want to watch this now. I want to do Unity stuff, okay? Anyways, really good video here, this one.
It's been...
I like how he talks about the game mostly and what he did in the game. I feel like that's what many people don't do. And they focus on things that are wrong with the game, but then they don't change them and stuff like that. We have watched many of those. I really like it. Like, he's a good YouTuber and also a good game developer. And yeah, excited to see what he does next. Congratulations. Sorry, that's the wrong click. His game is doing very well on Steam. That's nice. He even got some big YouTubers to play it. If you want to support him, watch the video again. If you're coming from this, watch it at 1% volume in another tab. Give him the full view duration. That helps him get views over time. Skullboy is lonely, my man. Keep working on Unity. Yeah, Skullboy is lonely. Will do. Smiley face. Good. Main reason why his game blew up is because his YouTube channel, his videos got recommended on my YouTube start site too. Yeah, because he made good YouTube videos. That's one of the big reasons. But, I mean, we can do a comparison, right? Why not? That's not the only thing. And I really do not like the fact that people think that that's the only thing. Let's look at his demo, for example, right? His demo on the worst demo days were 10 players. So, and you could say, okay, well, the reason why he has so many players is because of his YouTube channel. What you can do on any YouTube channel is you can go to their main page and then you click on more here. And then you scroll down and you see how many views this entire channel has gotten over the duration, over all of the videos, shorts, everything included. 6 million views. That's a lot of views. That's more than me. And that's not even difficult to do. Now here is another game developer. We watched him lately. I gotta find him though. Maybe he's in my subscriber list. Here. I'm pretty sure you guys know him. And they have similar subscriber counts. Cakez. You guys have seen this game before. We can click on more here as well. Look how many views this guy has. 22 million. More than double this guy. But here's the difference. Why is this guy's game having more players than this guy's game? Because this guy does not have as many players. as he's not even linking his game here, man. It makes me mad. You should link your game in your description, mate. Why are you not doing that? Let me see. And as far as I know, he's not even linking it here. You see? There it is. Okay, it's linked. This is his game, and he has a demo out as well. He doesn't have the demo. Sorry, he doesn't have the game out yet. Then you could go to SteamDB. And he only, comparatively, has like 6 players, 7 players over the entire duration of the demo. It's been out for a year. When we compare the demo for Blood Thief with this demo, it's like night and day. So less exposure on this guy on YouTube from your own YouTube channel, but way more players than this game. And so obviously the natural conclusion could be that his game just keeps people in it longer than this game. It doesn't keep you long in the game as long as this one. And so people play this for longer than they play the other game for longer. It grabs them more. Cakez, real question. What is your thoughts on pricing in a game? Aim for mass, sell for lower price, and make more or less sale but higher price. Difficult to say. Both can work. Animal well sold for well over 20 bucks. Shall I say its game isn't done yet? Duh. Yeah, that's why we are looking at the demo of Blood Thief, not the entire game. This is when the game wasn't done yet either. This was during the development. His game is not done yet either. But it's still pulling in. Like the peak of this game is an average Sunday on this game. An average Saturday, Friday, Monday. With less exposure. There's a data that shows the sweet spot is $8.99 to $12.99 for indie games. Difficult to say. Listen, like, you can't really say that because let's say you're making RimWorld, a clone of RimWorld, and you're selling it for $8, you'd be massively undercutting RimWorld. It goes by genre too. Probably the type of games mattered quite a lot. This is supposed to be an RPG. I would argue an RPG over time could hold players longer. But a speedrunning game can hold them long too. Pretty sure the data says 16. How does EXP even work here? When I join, I'm always number 1. I don't know. I'm still waiting to hand out 50 euros for Tangy TD Founders Edition. Yeah, I need to make them DLCs, Jonathan Smith. You know, the supporter packages for Tangy TD to earn the money. Yeah. Guys, help me support my family. Like the guy from yesterday, right? We are making the game. Like, we have a vision. We want everyone to be happy. Here's the Founders Edition. Give us 20 bucks. Help us make the game and the world a better place, because we believe in what we're doing. Compared to different games in your genre, higher price doesn't mean you will make more. As a first-time game, you should either underprice your game or release with a large discount demo. I don't know. We'll see. We get to pricing when we get to pricing. I've done some research on pricing, but it's nothing definitive yet. Let's go back to Unity. So, essentially, to reiterate, and also let me unpause notifications. There's been quite a few. But any fuck cakes gets skipped. Okay, there's no fuck cakes yet.
Make a good game and don't market it.
Fine.
The money will come to you.
Cringe.
Cringe.
Countdown to next bad take, 30 seconds.
Commit and push immediately, and then go vegan.
You probably already answered this, but why switch to Unity? Learning. I'm learning Unity. I just want to learn,
Studio
make a
Dante,
better
thank
decision
you
in
very
the
much.
future.
Mr.
What
Cakez
to use
77,
on my
the
next
famous
game.
Twitch gentleman. The
Also
first
content.
months of your journey I thought you were kinda bad at programming and graphism, but months after it seems like you didn't give up, and it's quite impressive because I didn't know someone could be that retarded. Congrats.
My next game will be free. I just want
Clink,
people to
clink,
have fun and
clink,
enjoy.
clink, clink.
You can have them have fun and enjoy and make money too, man.
I don't wanna
But
be
if
like
you want to
Cakez.
do that, more power to you.
Hello, Cakez.
Yeah, most people don't care about the dev, Bancho. That's correct. I low-key want a subscription model. Yeah, you can alienate a lot of people with your indie game when you have a subscription model, mate. Might as well sell it then. But hey, I don't know. Maybe it works for you, bro.
Hope you have a good time, Cakez and Chat Pepe Neil. Hello.
Okay, so let's get back to Unity here.
Am I so out of touch? No.
Zent12 just subscribed.
As far as I know, let's get back to this cell data. So we got a cell data back. It's a reference because it's a class. And I have made a 1D static array to hold all of the data for every cell in the game. And now I can control these two variables to make sure that that I can expand the world if I want to. Now, I have this array too of maximum targets, which I don't know, where do I use that? I use it here. I try to get 5 targets from every single cell. And now I need to get the world position of the cell to know where I am in the world. And in order to do that, I think it's get cell center world, something like that, tile map. So I put in the coordinates, and this expects in a vector 3. I wonder if I can supply a vector 2. So vector 2 int. And this is one thing that really bothers me about Unity and why I'm happy to test out GameMaker. It makes me so mad that on a fucking tile map that is for a 2D game, I need to work with vector 3s. I don't need to, but it expects a vector 3 because the game was originally designed for 3D games, not 2D, and 2D was added retroactively, and you can see the artifacts of that everywhere. It's really annoying. It's confusing, sucks, and it should be a proper 2D implementation, not a... And then on 2D for physics, it's also very unreliable because it's not even using... Like, there's so many quirks of the engine that's just... It's annoying. So it kind of makes me... It makes me think that Unity... Using Unity is best for 3D, actually. The more I use it. It's not that bad. Well, it's confusing for a beginner. I gotta be honest, it is confusing. Yeah, but bro, AQ, if I click on a fucking in a 2D game, there shouldn't be a Z-axis to a click in a 2D game. It should be straight down and it selects what is there. There should not be any layering, apart from UI maybe. That's all. What difference does it make? Ignore the Z. It is confusing. I already said what it is. Zent, by the way, thank you very much for subscribing. I appreciate it. Yeah, Unity is 3D focused. I can see that, yeah. Some game could actually use that. Yeah, some game, but we're making a 2D game. I'm not saying that there wouldn't be a reason to use it. I'm saying that it is confusing for the general purpose, which if you're making a general purpose, let's say 2D engine, you don't use it. It is confusing. It is an additional property that should not be there for 2D. You know, I know that there could be some use case. There will always be some use case, maybe even for fourth coordinate, right? But I'm saying that the general purpose does not need it. And it's something that confuses. Anyway, so who cares? Grid coords is new vector to int column, comma, row. And then for the tile map, we need to get the grid coords. And this is where it complains, because grid coordinates is a vector 2 int, but it expects a vector 3. So instead of doing a vector 2, we have to do a vector 3. And this is the confusing part, because you're always typing something extra that is not needed to be there. I just don't like it. Now we get the world position, vector 2. And now all of a sudden we are looking at a vector 2 here, because, yeah, and we could do a vector 3 as well. It's just annoying. I gotta be honest. I do not like it, but hey, it is how it is. All right, so now that we have this world position of the grid, let's call it grid world position, grid center, or let's call it tile center. I think that's better. Tile center. I want to find from the tile center a distance that is closest, an enemy that is, no, not an enemy. Actually, I don't want to go over the enemies. I want to go over the obstacles, or which one do we have? The buildings. Palisades. Object transform. I want to get every single palisade that I've built. And check if the palisade dot transform dot position minus the tile center, and then we put a Klammern das dot magnitude. It needs to be a vector 3. Dot magnitude squared. We get the distance to that. And now we are looking at all of the possible targets. I've set them all to null here, and we'll see if that works or not. Don't know yet. I'll look at all of the targets, and if something... Shit. I guess I need to create a struct here to store the distance and not have to calculate the distance two times. Or whatever, I'm just gonna calculate the distance again. I'm not creating a wrapper. Stop spamming chat. I'll ban you for 5 minutes. Stop. Despite your dislike of Unity, you made so much progress in Unity in days than you did in years in your schnitzel. That's only because I'm more experienced and because I don't have to code a fucking window opener. I can just start a fucking game. But yeah, you're right. Float, some dist. Not sure what I should call that. And then possible. There's two options. If possible targets on A. If we is unequal to null, then compare distance. If not, we assign the palisade here. So we assign it. That's all we do. That's literally what it is. And then we check the distance to... we get the distance to the current palisade. And we get the distance to the one here. So that would be cell data dot possible targets on I dot transform dot position. So that would be, I don't know, present distance. And then we check if present distance is greater than the distance squared, then we set the same thing as this. That's really all it is. Now this update grid goes over the entire grid. It clears the targets in every cell. And then it calculates the 5. And maybe it should only be like 2 or 3, right? Instead of 5, we could do 3 or 2. Let's say 2 for now. It'll collect the two closest targets and then store them in this info grid number 2 array. The only thing that I didn't do yet is getting cell data on X, Y. X and Y can be negative, so I need to make sure that X is minus equals the max grid rows divided by 2. Actually, I need to add that in, plus. And the same thing for Y. Wait, so X needs columns. And this needs rows. Oh, I have grig. Alright, so basically this makes sure this index can never be negative. And I should also clamp it. Was he programming, chat? I need to go to the bathroom, then I'll explain what I just did. But essentially, I generated a grid update function that stores priority targets on each cell. And now the enemy just needs to look at the cell to figure out which targets he can attack if he doesn't already have a target. So now we're gonna make enemies attack Palisades and the player. Man, that was good. Golly, that was real good. I think a flow field, yeah, that is something. It's not exactly a flow field, because a flow field usually means the tile I'm on says which direction I go into, right? But you can essentially program in a direction into this flow field as well. I'm just not using directions here. I'm just using priority targets as information. But definitely, yes. Like inside of this cell data, I can do, instead of having possible targets, I could have a public. I mean, I don't really have to use public, do I? Vector 2, a walk direction, right? It could also have a walk direction. Then that's a flow field, and I calculate the walk direction every once in a while. Not like this update grid function. I want to try to use a job for that. I don't know how that works, right? I've never done that before, but I know that there's jobs in Unity. We'll see how that goes, though. In any case, we now have the targets here. And let's say this works, right? In this grid thing. Now we need to figure out. Also, I want to clamp X and Y. X is clamp. I guess it's math. Dot clamp. I want to clamp it between 0 and max grid. Wait, X is columns. -1. So we never have a wrong index, and the same for Y. Because I just want to make sure that. And so enemies that are outside the world grid will be clamped to the edges. They will look at the edges. And that way I never have a situation where, let's say I do a huge knockback on enemies. They fly into Africa and all of a sudden they try to index a tile or a cell. That doesn't exist. That's what I'm doing here. And that'll be rows. As far as I know, clamping this should be all I need to do. And the cool thing is that this function now works with negative values. So for example, if I call cell data with X is -5, which would be on the left, and Y is -2, it'll be converted to a positive value by half the grid size. So it'll add in 40 on X and 30 on Y, which turns this somewhere in the middle on the grid. So that would be, essentially that would turn into 40 -5, which would mean it's 35. And then -2, that would be, let's do the math immediately, that would be 28, I think. Yeah, 28. And then we'll have that index. And I can still use negative indices, which will happen when I turn my position to a grid position. So that's what it would do here. This is the grid position, and that will contain negative values because we're gonna do world to cell on the tile map. The tile map that we created in Unity, that's this thing right here. Where is it? Here. The grid. Inside the world game object, I have a grid. The world itself is also already a grid. And you can see here all of these tiles. When we go from the middle to the left, it'll be negative. And when we go to the right, it'll be positive. And when we go up, I think it'll be positive, and down will be negative or something like that. But that's what it's gonna be. Having the code part done, we now need to make the entire game function on this new info grid instead of the dictionary. I don't like the dictionary too much. As I stated before, because of this try get value thing, it's not continuous in memory as far as I understand. At least it does have holds. And I would rather just initialize everything to 0. Like this right here. This initializes everything to 0. Turns everything to non-occupied. And I don't really know what's happening with this info grid here, with this do while loop. Because the problem that we have currently, and I hope I can still play the game. No, I can't. Let's see. What is here? World Manager Start has an issue. What does it say? Something is not set to an object. Object reference is not set to an instance. Cell data. Okay. Shit, what did I do? At least I have Git here. You can see with the difference in this thing. So that's new. I didn't touch this code though. Why does it no longer work if I didn't touch it? Cell data is null. Yeah, but it worked before. What did I change? Because it's a class now. I changed it from a struct to a class. Cell data is null, skip. Yeah, see, this is the reason why I don't really like this stupid world map thing. Now it doesn't work at all anymore because I'm doing this while cell data occupied. And I can't even do this anymore because now it returns null. So essentially I have to do while not cell data. Or. I guess or, right? And then while cell data is unequal, is the same as null. And I suppose you do this or. Maybe that works. But I'm gonna change it anyways. Whatever. It's fine. We'll change it anyways. Pancho, I agree. That a short game for high cost per hour in general probably will sell less and disappoint more often. To my research, my thought is that if the game is too short, 1 to 3 hours, it is not worth 20 euros. Short games need low pricing. Recently I saw a 10-minute game that was 20 euros. Yeah, I mean, there will always be bad examples. I think I paid $20 for American Arcadia, which is about 2 to 3 hours storyline. I really wanted that game as I love the style. There were rare cases when I may expect a higher cost for myself. But I think that a short game for a high cost per hour in general probably will sell less. I think so too. Or is that, yeah, I don't know. Like, I've never used that, right? And people have this for each in. Right, so where's this thing? There's this for each in somewhere. This one here. And I was like, okay, so maybe there's or too. Apparently there's not. Okay, let's see. First, let's get it back to running again. Infinite loop. While? I see it needs to be an unequals. And an and here. It's just a shitty loop, man. Just get rid of this dog shit. It pisses me off already. Now I can't do anything with Unity. Well, what are you doing when you run into an infinite loop in Unity? Do you crash the task? You restart? Wait, I have to go into my task manager? There's no way to stop it? It's not close OBS. This is so bad. I can't even debug stop it. Okay, fine. Hopefully it saved my progress. Yeah, so at least we have like an array now, and I really like using that, so hopefully that goes better. Man. Save breaks are savers. Yeah, I mean, when I have an infinite loop in my game, what I usually do is I have debugging enabled, right? I run the game through the debugger, which means that I have this... I can stop the process at any time by stopping the debugger. But I guess you don't have that in Unity. If you followed the NSA, the NASA coding standards, this wouldn't have happened, Cakez. You can't tell me that NASA codes in C#, bro. Alright. Let's just make the world run on the next, the other thing. You have a debugger in Unity? Yeah, but it's only attaching it. It's not stopping the process. You can only attach. Okay. Let's change the stupid do while loop. X and Y is never used, I think. Actually, it is. Okay, we need a random range for grid coordinates. How do we do that? We spawn 100 trees. And we need to get random coordinates, which is here. But in this case, the world size is something else. We no longer use the world size. We have... This is gone. Excuse me. We no longer have that, but we have the world grid. Grid. What is it called again? Max grid rows, yeah. Max grid rows and columns. X uses columns. So I want to have, we have 80 columns. I'm gonna go from minus divided by 2 and plus divided by 2. And then we do the same thing for Unity. Instead of columns, we do rows. For now, we do that. Good stuff. Now we have a random position. And all we need to do, that's the cool part, is we need to get the cell data. And that's why I love this so much, is I just index into the info grid. Or actually, like, I get cell data using X, Y. Oops. If I can code Y. Right? Why is this complaining? Because int XY. Oh, it's floats. Yeah, so now we have cell data. And then the question is, how do I generate the while loop, right? I need to do this while it's not occupied, right? So while cell data is not occupied, or while it's occupied, I need to generate a new position. I need to keep repeating that. So how can I do that in a smart way? Another do while loop, or is there a better way to do this? Is that how you do it? Do while, yeah. So now we are trying to spawn a tree. We have cell data somewhere. Infinite loop. No, at some point, like, there are way more cells than there is trees that we're spawning. So it's fine. Now that we have that, we need the position. We have the coordinates. I need to get a position. How do I get the position again? Grid coordinates, tile center. This shit. Grid coordinates XY. There we go. Tile center, and then we instantiate the object and we set the cell data to occupied. And then we say spawn tree. There we go. And I don't need to write it back because we get a reference back, right, guys? This is a reference. It returns by reference. Changing it here means I'm changing the reference to it. Right? That's what you guys told me. Class is referenced by default. So now in the starting loop, we should be able to just do that. And now I will be, but it can be null. It will never be null because it's initialized, mate. It will never be null. Because I call new here. Public static. It should not be null. No, it's null. If this is null, then C# is the biggest garbage of all time. Because that's not null. I said new here. I ripped that initialize space. You need to initialize each element? Why? Why? I have an array. But it's an array. The array is not null, but each element in the array is not. You should have used the struct and added a reference. The guy on YouTube is back, guys. The guy on YouTube is back. What is your problem with C#, mate, and Karen's? It's the perfect moment for him to be back. Just initialize a null and get cell data. Just initialize it null. No, that's implicit. I hate this. I hate it. I hate it. Yeah, you can call me a baby. I hate it. Don't care. This is dumb. This is dumb. This is fine. Shit code! Shit code! Shit code! Shit code! Okay, I think I'm fine now. God damn it! No! Ow! My finger hurts! Shit! Ow! Fuck! I injured my finger! No! Fuck! Ow! Ah! Fuck! Oh! Oh no! It's good language. No! It's not. Oh no, I can't do that. I can't do a for each loop. Ah, I need an index. I didn't wanna code this fucking loop. If I wanna code this loop, then I go to C. Why do I need to code this loop? See what initialize 0? Yeah, exactly. No, guys. Guys. In C, I would have this. Compile time constant. C will put this in the executable. Get rid of this. C would put this into the executable, and I have to do nothing. Nothing. It's 0 by default. Hell yeah, baby. I can use it right away. Let's go. Perfect. But no, that's not how you do that in Unity. In C#, you're just gonna assign that, which, you know, we don't know the size of that already. That would be, how could you know the size of the array at compile time? That doesn't make any sense. You need to call the program, and then you need to call new. That's how we know how big the array is gonna be, so we can assign the memory to it. God damn it! Sorry. I'm good. Fuck! Makes me mad. Okay. Where's the other red parts? Is pressed mouse position occupied? Instantiate. Yeah, how about we do that in a sec? Enumerate repeat to array to quickly initialize an array. Do you realize what you're typing? You still need to size it, Cakez. Cakez, it's good language design, Immo, since it tells you what you are calling malloc for each element, and you will end up with a fragmented dogshit. That's why it's bad! That's why it's bad! Exactly! That's why it's bad! Because I'm not allocating a single block of memory, I'm allocating something that I can't control! I want to have a single block of memory tree, but apparently I can't! Because I can't put the fucking size in here! I need a break. I need something sweet. I need a small break. It's 1,000,000 degrees in this room. It is 1,000,000 degrees. You can have it use a continuous region of memory. You choose to do this way. No, I didn't choose. I got bullied into it by the language. Oh. Okay, so I need structs. You choose by choosing the language. No, that's what Unity tells me to use. Okay. Now what? You have a nice day, Mr. Aim. Hope you have a good day, bro. Thanks for joining. It's not gonna work if your struct has game object fields. But these are pointers. But that's a pointer, man. It's just a pointer, bro. It's just a pointer. You know, pointer is a long. It's just a big number, man. It's just a big number, man. It's an array of numbers. Oh. Guys, how can I get a fucking array? Please. Please, I beg you, please. How can I get an array in C# that holds data, that is a continuous block of memory where each slot has some data, man? How can I do that in C? Please. That's all. It's so basic. Please. How? Huh? How? I can't believe this. If game objects are classes, then it will be a pointer. Use a structor. Struct. I know, we learned that today. I'm not using a linked list. A linked list points to different memory locations. In general, I want an array. Array of structs is continuous. Okay. Nice. Fine. So, it's a struct now. This should be continuous in data, right? I'm not using a dictionary. This will be slow, but I only call this once a minute. Sorry, once a second. On a job thread, so that'll be fine. It's okay. So now this needs to return me a reference to cell data, right? And then this returns a reference. And then when I get the cell data here, this is a reference cell data, and then I need to put this dogshit keyword here too. Now we have reference, because I want to change the reference. And then on start, I don't have to do this, right? But I think I have to do at least... Now here's the question. If I do a static array like this, I still have to initialize it at least, right? I have to initialize it like this, correct? I want a continuous memory location like an array mate. But initialize it on... Why should I initialize it on start as opposed to doing this? What is the difference? Why? It's better for statistics in Unity. So if I initialize it on start, then Unity will tell me what exactly? Why is it better for static? Why is it better for static? Statics do not get cleaned up when you have to hot reload. Oh, I see. So maybe I shouldn't make it static then. Oh, I see what you mean. Wait. Wouldn't that be a memory leak then? You initialize statics like this as well? Wait a minute. I'm confused now. If I hot reload the domain and I have it like this, it stays in memory, what you guys are saying. And when I do this, and then in start, I do this, doesn't that leak memory? Oh, I see garbage collection. Yeah, sure. Retarded, but okay, I will see. You can clean up static. To clean up static, you can reset static. Allow? Why is that an issue? I don't know how hot reload works in Unity. It's fine, we do this and then garbage collection does that. We do a new cell data, then we don't have to do this, right? Because it's now a structure. And now therefore it cleans up every time. That's nice. And we don't need this anymore. Which means now I think the trees should spawn. Guys, you think it's gonna work? What do you guys think? The entire code base is one garbage collection. Yeah, you're making fun of me, but I'm learning here, brah. No. I trust you. Bad mistake, mate. Why static over class instance? No, no clue. People taught me to use static when I first used it. That's why. I can also make it a class property though. Good question. Am I using references here? No. Oh, come on. Why can I not have a null pointer? Ah, that's annoying. Why can I not do that? Like, this language is so restrictive, it pisses me off. Structs can't be null. But it's a reference. I know references. I would use a pointer here. I would just return a pointer and get cell data. And then check if the pointer is null. Which in this case it won't, but yeah. And use a pointer. Use a pointer. There's pointers? Really? How? Now, like, I'm gonna use references, but then how do I do that? Oh, that's annoying. God, how is this code so annoying? Oh, it makes me mad. It's so simple, yet so annoying. Unsafe? What do you mean unsafe? It's a fucking pointer to memory. Write default instead of null? No, that doesn't work. What does it say? Cannot initialize by reference variable with a value. I would think of cases as pointers to garbage collect heap code allocated data and structs as data that can be allocated on a stack. Would make things clearer. How would you take a reference to a null pointer anyway? Yeah, that's why references suck ass and there should only be pointers. And pointers should be dot operator instead of arrow operator in C++, but yeah. Whatever. You must allow unsafe code. Oh man, how can we do that then? Because I really want to write back to the data, but I can't use a reference now. My loop doesn't start with 0. I just initialize them as 0, but then I do this. I do before I while, so I get a random number before I get the cell data. I just need to initialize a null whatever. So unfortunately, I can't, because this is not the right way to do it. That doesn't work. So now I can't really define a stupid reference here. Which sucks. Oh my god. You know what, guys? It's fine. It's fine. I'm just gonna repeat the code. It is how it is. Yes. There we go. Ha! How can that work? Use a nullable baboon? Wait, a nullable would work too? I'm just gonna store that for now. You're saying nullable. type? Wait, on this? Add a question mark to the type at the end. Wait. Guys, it does not work. It doesn't work. Guys, it's fine. I'm just gonna do this loop, okay? Who cares? We'll see if this works. I'm tired of listen, I don't care. At this point, I do not care. Huh? Why is this broken now? Huh? Please read error message. But there wasn't any error message. Object is... Wait. Object.instantiate. Hey? I literally had that before. Why not? Ambiguous? But it wasn't before. Weird. Here too. Wait. I know why. It's gotta be one of the imports here. This is new. The system. Piss off. Yeah. Yep. It's the include system. Learned something. Hey, we learned something. All right. Let's see. Okay, I'm just gonna press play and see what happens. Maybe it works. Nice. What's going on here? Oh, is it a mouse coordinates text that I didn't save? Yeah. Because I added it while I was in play mode. Shit. Of course, I was testing the mouse coordinates as a text. And then I added it while I was in play mode. Shit. Of course. I just love that stuff. Anyways, I don't need that anymore. It was a nice thing. I think that's it. All right, let's see if this actually works now. Eating daily meat straight from the package. Oh yeah, that was good. That was amazing. Ha! It works. What? Okay, that's something, ground collider enabled. We don't have a box 2D collider on the tree because we changed that to thing. But yeah, that's actually just a box collider now. That's why. Actually, no, it's a circle collider. Sphere collider. That's what it is. What? What? Huh? What are you complaining? Unity Engine Sphere... Huh? What? What the hell? Unity Engine Sphere Collider. Left side is still... Oh, I see. Yeah, you're right. Thank you. Guys, it does work. I'm surprised. How about we try to instantiate the whatever that's called, right? The things. That would be the next. So I'm getting the tile coordinates. I'm getting the center position. And now we need to look at the info grid. That would be cell data reference. Get cell data on tile coordinates with X, comma tile coordinates or Y. And then obviously that is a ref2. Cool. And then if cell data is not occupied, we set the info grid. Oh, we just set cell data to occupied and we instantiate. Game objects instantiate. I call object instantiated. Maybe I should do game object instantiate here. That's why this was so confusing, I suppose. Wow! That was fast. Maybe this works. I'm really happy to see Cakez is brave enough to expose himself to game engines. Hey, my man, Mr. Almeida, hope you're doing good, bro. Hope you have a good day, my man. Thanks for joining. No, so it's not spawning stuff, unfortunately. Why? Why is it not spawning stuff? Let's test. It's not going into this. Oh, false. Maybe that's why, huh? Yeah, false. Yeah. Okay, now I want to make the enemies. Wow. And it works. It works very well. It can instantiate on every single tile. We no longer have this dumb issue of not being able to paste on some tiles. We can paste everywhere now. Big W, yeah, it looks good. We are getting there, chat. Now we can still paste on the house. We gotta fix that too. But yeah, look at this. Very nice. What was the issue? I think the issue had to do with how statics get reinitialized when the game reloads in Unity. So the old dictionary was a static and I called new on the static in line. Here. Where is it? Where is it? I had static new here. And it would only call new once I start Unity, I guess. I didn't know that. And Mr. Almeida, thank you very much for 200 bits. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you, man.
Thank you, Mr. Almeida, for 200 bits.
Okay.
Non-exception thinks you deserve $2 for trying out to engine. I think not, but if Null asks me, I will concede.
I appreciate it. Now we need to make enemies behavior so that they try to attack obstacles as their target. We need to have a game object target. And they will always choose the target over the player. But if they can't get a new target, they will choose the player for now. We need to make the enemies attack the obstacles. So how do we do that? Hey, compare it? No. Just enemies. Hey, asset... Enemy, bro. Scripts. There we go. Yeah, attack. C is simple, and if you use data-driven architecture, it's gold. All right, let's see. Fixed update. We are running. Well, I guess we need an idle state or something. Because that would be the target direction we get, right? That means we have a target. For that, we first need to get a target. So let's see. Private. Game object. Target. Which by default is null. Cool, we can set that to null. That's nice. Now, player. Now we'll see if we have a target when we are running. If target, we run to the target, else we get that player direction. And now we should call that something else. Let's say target direction. Now we set the target direction to that. We do a vector 3. Target direction is nothing. Well, here we set that up like this on the target, and this is the player. Chase player. Target direction would be target, but transform a position. Good. Attack direction, and then that would be target dist squared. And is there anything else that has to do with player? I don't think so. Now, we need to find a new target. So the target is null. Or we can do this in else, right? First, we try to find... I mean, once we choose the player, for as long as the player is in range, and I suppose we need to have some sort of global property that is public. Public, read only, float, vision, range. And we'll set that to 120 pixels. Now, annoyingly, I need to divide that by utils PPU. So that's the vision range that all of the enemies have. That is also very important. Because we need to know how far something is away and if it's out of range. So, let's begin. We are running. We have a target. Now we need to check. Is the target still in vision range? Man. The only way something could not be in vision range is when it's not the when it's the player. But still, if the target is no longer in range. So let's say float target distance is target direction dot squared magnitude. If target distance is greater than vision range times vision range, then we set target to null. So that's basically just validate the target. Right? Now, validate target distance. Now, if we don't have a target, if target is null, we want to find a new target. How do we find a new target? This is where the chase target. And then all of that can be put in here, actually. I guess I'm done, you know, playing with Unity mostly. I know what to do next, so I just gotta get all of that in here. Chase target. Condition for attacking. Relib when? We'll see after this, but I'll probably need a couple of days to turn this into a YouTube video. Vector 3. So now find a new target. This is where we need to get the cell data. In order to get that, we first have to get the position. So we need to get a sprint to world point, or just the world position, which we have. Then we get the tile coordinates, and then we get the cell data. And that's when we can do stuff. So essentially, first we get our tile coordinates. That would be world manager.tilemap.world to cell. And that would be transform.position. And now I can't access the tile map, which is a bit annoying. I'm gonna make that public now. There you go. Now I should be able to access this, or do I need to make it static? Why can I not access this? I don't want to set the tile map on each enemy, man. Because it's not static? Yeah. Needs to be static. Which is annoying, because the moment I change the tile map, I guess I have to restart Unity or something. Right. Use a singleton? Yeah, it's fine. We'll do it like this for now. Center position, we don't need that. We just need to get the tile coordinates, and now we need to get the cell data, which is also world manager.getCellData. Does this also need to be static? Oh man. And now we need cell data to be a struct in utilities. Oh man. Oh, I hate that. This coding makes me so mad, man. Because it's so convoluted. So fucking convoluted. Why can't I not do that? Because it's private. Please tell me I can. Ah, thank God. Okay, now we have the cell data. Now we have it, and now we need to go over that for each target in cell data. For each. That would be a game object. Target in cell data dot possible targets. Right? If target is null, then break out of the loop. We can't get a target. Otherwise, the target is not null. Our target is null. Ah, shit, I can't call it target. Let's call it possible target, right? If possible target is null. Now, if our target is null, we assign it. But only if it's in range. Assign possible target if it is in range, because we are on the tile. And I use the range. I will use each tile will do a range check. And then it'll only possible targets will show up in the tile. So the tile will do the range check. Here we just do if target is null. Then target is possible target, right? We assign a null pointer here. You have to enable nullable checks in a project so you don't have to handle dumb null item checks. Nullable references. Really? We'll see if it doesn't work. I'll test this for now. Here in games, hello there. I would avoid null checks like that on Unity objects. Man, I really hate Unity more and more the more I use it. Like, I hate this, bro. It's so easy. Why not? This is so easy to code, but I can't do it? It's just for the analyzer, it doesn't change the code at all. Please don't tell me I can't do this. I'll finish this and see if I can. No, it turns me into a hater, because it's so easy to implement. It would be so easy. I'll test first, okay, chat? Let me test first. Otherwise, choose closest target. Okay, float. Target dist is... Actually get... I think I have the distance here somewhere. Target direction. Transform. Player, it uses the player here, so not the player. And I just noticed that the player is in here as well. Target transform. This transform, no, that's fine. Then over here we get the target, and this time we get the target. And in this case, it's the possible target. if new dist is less than target dist, then target is possible target. There you go. Now it chooses this, and it's not doing the player but the target. If the target is unequal to null for now. If it is null, well, at the moment we kind of really do nothing. This is where we would chase the player, I guess. Actually, we can do that if the target is not null. Well, I mean, we can do an else, right? If the target is null, then target is player. Chase player. So I coded in a lot of stuff which would be super simple and easy in C++. Apparently people told me not to use null. Halfway through coding this, I still finished it to see if this works. I'm pretty sure I coded in some errors too, obviously. And I don't even call the world manager update grid function. So we need to call that too. When do we call update grid? So it sets possible targets to not null. For now, every possible target I think is null by default, which apparently is not good to use. I can call it once on start, but then it never updates again. So I would like to... Let's just call this on fixed update, right? Not sure why it does that, but... Why is it always like changing the indentation? Update grid. It'll update the full grid in fixed update. It's good to use. This is a normal way to write C#. People were trolling for sure, whoever said that. Really? Unity overrides equals, you're gonna get a lot of headaches? Wait, avoid null and not... Avoid is null and not equals null. Unity uses a custom operator for equals null. Man, really? Oh, we'll see. Let's just see what happens. I'm excited, but also not really excited. Google Spy, my man, thank you very much.
Am
for
I so out of touch?
That. Thank you very much, man.
No.
Secret_Google_Spy just subscribed. Hi, if you gonna do CPP on C, you gonna have a bad time.
On C#, you're gonna have a bad time. Yeah, I try. It's hard, man. I really do. Let's see, Control W. If an object is the same as the other objects, compare base objects. But that's app data. I mean... Looks okay to me. It looks okay to me. Control plus it did. You can use is normally, but use equals for normal objects. Okay. Okay. Obviously. Maybe it's just fear-mongering. We'll see. The Unity objects live on the C++ side. The C++ C# objects like game objects, transform, etc. are just pointers to these native objects. So the C++ object can be destroyed, while the C# object is still alive. Where's Copilot? Don't need it. Let's see. Of a reference not set. Let's see. Tile map, get center world. Start. Tile map in World Manager. Tile map is not set? Really? Huh? What? I do not understand. What the hell? Statics don't show up in the inspector? Oh no, I made that static so I can access it, right? Oh, is that annoying? Wait, maybe I no longer need to do that. Wait. I made that static. I made that public. Maybe... No, wait, that's the info grid. That has nothing to do with this. I need the frickin'... Oh, no. I need the tile map. Because it's static. Okay, how about private tile map? And then I just add... Oh, man, I hate... This is exactly what I don't like about Unity objects. They are so... It's like so closed up. And it's so hard to get something from somewhere else. It feels like a huge... not roadblock, but like huge walls between every single object. And it always becomes a question, how do I get the freaking data? It's so hard to get this properly. Just use singletons? Yeah, man, it's annoying. Skill issue? Yeah, it is a skill issue because it feels so closed up and I'm not used to it, of course. So I suppose we need a tile map, public, tile map, and... What, Unity Engine AI? I'm not using any of that anymore. System is also not used. Damn. We're gonna do this. I'm just gonna do it like that, guys. It's fine. And when we spawn an enemy on start, 3 is fine. When we spawn an enemy, we not only assign the player, tile map is tile map. We just assign the tile map. Whatever. I just pass it like that. It's okay. I don't like it. I would rather just ask the world manager for that, but I could use a singleton. I could do a singleton too. That's good, yeah. I don't know. It just feels so weird to do this. And so unnecessary. You know? Brother, why not use scriptable objects for such things? I don't know what a scriptable object is. I could learn it at this point, but I kind of want to make progress right now. I feel like trying to learn too much in the first project is a bit overwhelming. What I notice is that I've been overwhelmed with the vast flow of information that Unity gives me. And I would rather finish this project and then maybe in the future do another project with like a fresh mind and learn more. That way I can learn the engine better than just doing everything at once. Scriptable objects will make your life easier the hard way. We'll see. Anyways. So another variable tile map is not assigned. Okay, so we need to assign it again. Because the tile map was not. Which one did I use though? The dirt? I think I did use the dirt. But now I need to set it again. I think it was dirt. Play. Shit. Now fixed update is complaining about what? Do I need to do a for loop? Well, I hate that so much. It makes me so mad. It makes me so fucking mad, bro. It is so fucking retarded how this language works, man. I can't easily loop over this. Possible targets is null. Oh, I hate that, man. I fucking... Just static arrays, bro. Oh, it's so dumb. God, I can't believe this. So essentially what's happening here is I made a array of cell data. Cell data itself has an array of game objects. Now, what I learned is that this is a class, and therefore this array is null. The entire array is null because a game object is a class. And I just, listen, so what I want, and the equivalent in C is laughably easy. All I want is a static sized array of longs, or, you know, F64s. Actually, no, it's an I64. I apologize. An I64. This would be like an address, but, you know, like a pointer, essentially a game object pointer of possible targets with a size of 5. That's all I want. A static array of 5 fucking long integer values. So essentially, just fucking this. Number, comma, number, comma, number, comma, number, comma, number. That's all I want. And now I have to go into a circus clown thing just to get the fucking static array in there. Because C# is like, no, you can't put a 5 here. I don't like that. That's bad. You shouldn't do that because I don't know the size of this thing at compile time. Don't hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. So essentially what I have to do here is some sort of new, but I don't know if I can do it here because this is a struct. And that behaves differently than a class. And a game object is a class, which behaves differently than a struct. That doesn't work, because version 10 only allows this. Instructs. I cannot initialize it, C-Lore. You see that right now? Stop using C++ syntax. Listen, man. Empty game objects, an array of empty game objects, but can I not say how many? New object of 5 slots. Nah, it doesn't work. Make a constructor and initialize it in there. Don't fucking move it. Don't move it! Stop! Yeah, parameterless, I don't know. This? Change the language version to 12. List is better and easy. I want a static array. I feel at home with static arrays. I've learned enough. I wanna just move on at this point. You know? I wanna move on. You can't just change the language version in Unity, so we shouldn't do that. Make the bool false in the destructor. So basically, I ignore both of these? Thoughts on Unity so far? Unity, I think, is fine. It's a big beast to learn. But right now, I'm struggling with the language. I just want to do basic arrays, and I cannot believe how hard that is to do a fucking array. I am baffled by that. Man, it's giving me a headache. Which it shouldn't. Arrays should never give you a headache. It's a very old version of C#. I get that, okay? It's an old version, but it's version 9. It's not version 1 or 2. It's 9. How can it take 9 versions to figure out that basic arrays or initializing something inside a struct? Version 9, not 2. 9. 9. Okay, so did I do it correctly now? Now possible targets is at least allocated, and now I kinda need to take that max targets and put it. Can't put it here, right? Please tell me that works. Never. It's never gonna work. No way. Nah. Whatever. I was hoping. Fine. Trying to write C# like a C++, lol. Yeah, I get that the language is different, but at least I hope that arrays would be the same. Because I have to be completely honest. I know a lot about programming and where memory goes. I completely lose focus or vision, let's say vision, of where things are. Because possible targets is now a heap allocated pointer to 5 slots of references. So it's a pointer to a memory location that holds 5 pointers. So even if I have my array, even if I have my nicely packaged array and each slot has cell data, each slot points to a new memory location which has the 5 pointers, which makes me question why. And I need to be. It doesn't make any sense to me. It makes me mad. It makes me mad because it's just a freaking array inside an array. It's an array in an array. It's so simple. It shouldn't be this difficult to put an array into an array. I just want 5 blocks. I just want a couple of blocks that have some data. And the way I would achieve that is like this. Watch. And that's retarded. That's dumb. That would be continuous in memory. That's so stupid. Because I can't put an array in here. This is crazy. I just can't believe this. It's like the most basic feature of any language. But yeah, anyways, I'll do it like this now. We will have this fragmentation of memory. It's fine. It'll be a memory jump for just a couple of references. Fine. Man. You can't have in-place arrays in safe C#. Yeah, that's retarded. Sorry, but that's dumb. Stupid. It's like the language actively tries to fight your design for memory. Like, what the hell? Why? Just let me allocate a block. Do not manage it in languages like C#. It works differently because it will do all of the memory job. You can do it. Yeah, but I mean, all C# really has to do... whatever. Let's just get this over with. Let's hope that possible targets is allocated now. We can go over those. And unfortunately... well, we have 3 maximum targets here. In utilities, we store 5. So it'll just be 2 slots will not be used. Let's just see how that goes. Right. Let's see how that goes. Hello, Dev Spudges. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for raiding. Just use pointers and allocate yourself, Cakes. No, I don't want to do that. Really, I don't want to do that. But I can't believe that an array in C# is not continuous in memory. It does not sit right with me. I'm sorry. You know, Unity has a native array struct. Hello, Raiders. Hello there, guys. I'm trying to make my game work, bro. I'm trying. I'm here because I got a null pointer exception. I'm trying to make it work. I got a null pointer exception, bro. What are you talking about? I would not be here if I didn't get a null pointer exception. Do you understand? Idiot. God, what a dummy. Bro, it's insane. Why don't you make your game work, Cakes? Another null reference exception. Cause... yeah, possible targets is null, guys. Possible targets is... watch. I'm gonna do this. We'll stop here. I'll connect the debugger. And then we'll press play. Possible targets is null, even though we used the new thing. Are you initializing your array with a new constructor you made? Oh my god, you can't be serious, bro. You cannot be serious. I have the info grid here, and I call new here. What do you mean? Shouldn't that call new on every single cell data? Shouldn't that call the constructor of cell data? Bro, you cannot be serious. Why is it not calling this? Man, I'm getting that. Oh my god. Fine. Fine. Guys, it's fine. Man. Hello, Dev Spudges. Hope you have a good day. I'm having a wonderful day so far. I love C#. I just love this. This is amazing. This programming language is the best out there. By far. If you want a memory safe continuous array, use a span T. No, it should be a fucking array. Not a span, not a list, not a Unity native array. It should be an array.
But Cakez never reads the documentation, and Cakez always has these dumbass ideas that every language should be like C++ or C. How can he be so fucking retarded and make these dumbass assumptions and just code C# like a C++? Does he not realize how dumb he looks and sounds? He's so fucking stupid. I just can't help myself.
Oh my god, it works. Hallelujah. Where's the enemies? Oi! Enemies! I guess they don't find a target, huh? Ha! There's the play. There's a... Oh, he's attacking me! And he stops! Oh, amazing! Hey, look at that! Oh! He's trying to attack me, but no! I'm away. I'm running away. Why are you not hitting this guy? Why are you not attacking the pylon here, mate? I feel like I'm updating the info grid, right? Chat, is this why Game Tangy TD took 5... Shut the fuck up, bitch. Unity is king. No, listen, man, okay? We're gonna learn. We're getting there. We are getting there. Now the question is, why are you not finding... You don't have a target, right? But finding a new target. Are there no possible targets in this? Shouldn't there be any like possible targets? Null? So it seems like null works. A world manager. Huh? I mean, update grid. It's called. Okay. Shouldn't it go through... Oh, palisades have not been spawned yet. Yeah. Makes sense. Let me spawn a palisade. No! Update grid. Null pointer here? What the hell? How do I get a null pointer on this location? Nani? I mean, we're gonna put a breakpoint here. Cakez, where did you find that array in C#? I didn't know that, mate. I was assuming, because so far every single language I used, I put an array, apart from JavaScript, I guess. But listen, I used, because it's a... No, you know. No, you see, like, listen up here, okay? So you're wrong. First and foremost, any reasonable language, an array in a language should always be continuous in memory. Every single time. And I'm right. 100%. Because that should be the default for every language. It should be. Guys, can you stop spamming empty messages? I can't find where it says that it's not the case in C#. It's not though. Because the moment I put an array inside an array, it creates a new pointer to a new memory location that can be null. So I put an array in, like, let's say this is my array of data, right? I have data inside the array. And inside this data, I put another array. Okay, to hold some targets. This points to a new block of memory. That's this pointer here, points to a new block. Because it can, by default, it points to null. No, chat. When I no, you're wrong. You guys are wrong. When I have a struct entity and I have another struct target int ID And maybe I want to cache something float dist. Okay. And then I have an entity. I have, let's call it agro table. Of 5 slots. Fuck off. And then, you know, some more data. No, let's say int pos x. Ah, fuck off. And then, oops, I hate that. Stop. Int pos y. And some more data. This is continuous in memory. Fuck off. This is how it works in C++, C, and Odin and Zig. This is how it works. Because I have a static array here of 5 slots. I cannot do that in C#. Hello, my friend. Hello, H King. How you doing, man? Do you have your own engine? Yeah, I do. Aren't you talking about nested arrays, though? Yeah, but no. Listen, here's the kicker. If I make a array or just entity enemies, and I have 100. Let's say this is what I do in C#. In C++, this is continuous. In C# too, if it's a structure. Once this is a class, this is no longer an array. This is now something that points to null. Depending on how I put it, where I put it. Like, it depends where I put this. But essentially, like this, no, this is never gonna be null. Like, this will hold 100 entities. It will just hold 100 entities, either on the stack or on some structure, or you heap allocate it with new. You would do this in C++, I guess. Guys, it's fine. Let's just move on, okay? I'm tired. I get tired. So wait, we needed to have stuff here. C# structs can be marked in struct layout attributes. System attribute usage struct inherited faults. Man, I'm getting a headache, man. It's so complicated. Move along, yeah, just move along. Yeah, well, you can always put a pointer in a class, then it's not continuous in memory. Yeah, sure. That's not what I mean, though. I know that the game objects will not be continuous, guys. Why not Unreal Engine? I mean, you gotta start somewhere. I start with Unity, it's fine. Unity is perfectly fine. Alright, chat, let's move on. Yeah, I'll do that at some point, exactly. Alright, guys, so we're gonna find the enemies slowly. And put a palisade here. Man, I get a in specific cast is not valid. Oh. Wait, specific cast is not valid? Okay, so how do I get the children of the palisades, guys? So I was assuming this wouldn't work. So essentially, I think I'm putting it into palisade. Let me check first if that's actually what I do. Verify. Yeah. So I have this palisades game object and I want to iterate over all of the kids. Children. Here is the palisades game object. I want to iterate over all palisades inside this game object. Do I just do get children? child count, get child. Can I not iterate over all of those? Child count plus get child on I. Just use a for loop? I am using a for loop. Game object transform. Change game object to transform. I see. But that sucks because now Palisade is a transform and not a game object. Can I not get... Wait, get... Child returns me a transform too. So I guess do parent. Game object. Okay. Yeah, cool. Now it's complaining somewhere? Okay. Yeah, you see, I was expecting this to not work. Thank you guys for helping. I remember now, yes, you got to declare structs inside a class and it can be continuous with new struct name. It's fine. It's okay. Listen, we'll get it over with, because right now I feel like I want to implement the game. I've learned quite a lot about Unity, and I learn more and more each time. The power of Unity dwindles a little bit for me at the moment, because what I'm dealing with is targeting, organizing, stuff like that. I'm not really good at it. Obviously, I lean more towards how I would do it in C++. I don't even know what I'm doing here is good or not. I have no clue. Like, I'm trying to get palisades from a list. I grab them and then I assign them to another list of target priority, stuff like that. I don't know what I'm doing, right? Really. I'm just trying to figure out solutions that seem logical to me. But there's so many things that you can do here. Maybe I'm just doing it. I'm doing it... How do you say that? I think I'm doing it... No, I think I'm getting to a solution. But it doesn't mean that the solution is, I guess, the right thing to do. But then again, is that a big deal? What works, that works, right? F5. Let's test. Let's spawn a palisade here. So now we have an actual palisade. Cool. Palisade clone. I like that. And now it's gonna go through this and assign the first possible targets. Nice. Oh shit, once it assigned, of course, we need to break. I don't want to assign the same thing 10 times. Okay, cool. Cool. So we found an issue already. Fix that real quick. Keep my own engine on the table would be to make the same game in Raylib as a comparison next. And then implement one of the features that I'm still missing in my engine to release my game, Tangy TD, which, for example, could be multiple language support, localization, UTF-8 support, for example. I don't have that. I only have ASCII support. If I add that to my Raylib game, which would be a clone of this, now we know how to display characters like Chinese characters, Mandarin, stuff like that. I can add that to my game retroactively. And now I have grown, my engine has grown a little bit more mature to maybe, you know, develop another 2D game in, right? What is a flow field? A flow field is a grid-like system where each cell dictates what to do. Rather than having millions of enemies that all need to figure out what to do, you figure out what to do for each cell. And then the enemies just follow what the cells tell them to do. Therefore, you can have millions of enemies all do different things because they are looking at the cells and they don't have to compute much themselves. Do you like Unity so far? Yes. It does have a couple of quirks. Today I got mad at the language and arrays, but for the most part, what I would like to know a bit more, and I guess I can't really unless I watch a lot of tutorials and just keep on coding. I guess maybe not even watching tutorials, but I keep, like, you know, learning the I keep learning the engine better. It would be, am I doing it the right way? Let's say that, right? For example, I spawn an enemy. And the enemy needs to figure out targets. The enemy has a player as a reference to, like, the enemy wants to get the player. And when I spawn the enemy, I just assign the player to the enemy using my, like, game manager, world manager, whatever, right? I have one spawning system, and when I spawn an enemy, I just assign the player. And I pass data in. Is that the right way to do it? Is that what people do? Or is that bad? No clue. Read the docs. The docs don't really tell you this. Because there's multiple options. So, for example, you can find the player in the hierarchy by calling find. That can be slow if you have a lot of stuff. You can get the player based on how the game objects are set up. You can ask a game object or game manager for the player. There's multiple ways to do it. And yeah, I'm just wondering, okay, so what should I do, right? What would be the best thing to do? I baby raged about the language. That has nothing to do with the Unity, mate. Thank you very much for following, Vodka, or VDKA. Use Copilot. Docs are great, by the way. Godot docs. Assigning the player when you instantiate an enemy is good because your world manager has constant references to your player. It's very efficient. And you do it as you build the enemy and never do it again. Cakes, you should do Railib with C only. No features from C++. Yeah, look, like people told me already that this is okay or good. I'm just wondering what others do. Like, for example, right? Let's say Mega Bonk. You spawn an enemy somewhere very far away. That enemy needs to chase the player. How does that enemy get the player? How did he do that? That's all. Like, I have all of these questions in my head. Well, because there's so many ways to do it in Unity, right? Let's just go. All right. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. They all attack this thing. Oh, my. They hate this thing. God damn it. Holy. Ha. Damn. Wait, it's that laggy? No, wait, it's 4 FPS? Why? Uh-oh. What's happening? Stop. Hey. What's going on here? It looks like a memory leak to me, by the way. This looks like a memory leak. Man, where's this analysis? Profiler. Was it not recording? How? Hierarchy, player loop, update scene, fixed update behavior, fixed update world manager. It's allocating 81,000 times. Bro. I just can't. I just cannot, man. How is this allocating stuff? How is this? I'm iterating over an array. I get a coordinates as a reference. I set something to null. And then I assign a target which should be a pointer. How is it allocating something? It's not. The loop you added 20 minutes ago to call the constructor? I deleted the constructor. And I only do that on start. I don't do that on fixed update. What is the garbage collector collecting? Oh man, I just hate this, man. It's so dumb. I can't believe this. Bro, fine. I just have one target on each cell. Fuck C#. Now listen, this is retarded, man. This makes me mad. This makes me mad. It's fine. It chooses the closest obstacle on each tile, so it'll only be one obstacle and then... Okay. Always brute force instead of trying to understand. I've been trying to understand for hours. We have 3 hours into the fucking thing, and I'm struggling to put an array into an array. Sorry, but I'm done trying to understand. At least it stays consistent now. That's good. How is that so slow now? What the fuck? How is that so slow now?
the hell?
Clear. .3 F. Yeah, but why? Huh? Player loop. Update scene. Fixed update. Guys, I think I'm done. I think I actually quit here. Like, generally quit. I'm tired. I hate this. This is so bad. I'm not having fun at all. How is this causing an allocation? It doesn't make any sense. And it seems to me that this simple thing here, paired with this, seems to cause an allocation. When I'm literally just trying to set a reference. I'm trying to reference a game object. I'm not having fun at all. This is so... Like, I'm hunting down... Like, where ist der... Wo ist der Knick in meiner Logik in Englisch? Where is the part that I fuck up in this? Where is the part where I go completely wrong and misunderstand the entire design? Where? Like, what in this piece of code makes no sense? Because that's what I'm doing. If I don't do the target code here, it doesn't slow down. I saw someone in Twitch chat calling C# devs an idiot, so I jumped in right away. Here I am. Since nobody's gonna say that, convert the for each to a for loop. For each allocates heap memory. Balding, yeah. Change for each to 4, create a vector 3 inc, etc. before loop plays, and you can use a parallel job. Needed before after Unity board comparison. I want to test something. Ja. Wie bitte?
Bevor du losfährst, kommst du in den Keller.
Ja, alles klar. Okay. For int I is 0, I is less than cell data, not possible targets. Actually, max utilities, max. I guess max targets need to be part of utilities now, huh? Private const. Man. Okay. What? Oh. So, possible target. Are you complaining about that now? Oh, I see that old for loop. He's gonna see it tomorrow. Guys, I know that my, like, this part doesn't have much hair. I don't care, man. Let me see. Here's the transform. So I need a for loop here, right? Shit, I can't use I for now. Palisades object.transform.child count j++. Then wait, is it a game object? Transform. Palisade is Palisades object dot get transform dot get child on j. Why is that an issue now? No. What does get child return? Transform. So were you complaining? Oh, see, that one. Very nice. All right, remove the for each line here. Now, let's see if we still have that many garbage collections. Clear. I cannot believe that the for each loop allocates memory. That's crazy. And how fast that turns the game code into utter unusable garbage. I cannot believe it. I don't even want to know what's happening in the background. It's literally just looping over an array. Bro, that's crazy. And how is the allocation? How do the allocations keep growing? That's what it makes no sense to me. Like, if it allocates 5 every frame, okay, but it seems to allocate more and more and more and more and more and more every frame. It allocates 5, then 10, then 20, then 40, I guess, then 80, then 160. It seems to somehow double or something. How? Because I'm just, like, does it just append the references to the array or some magic thing? It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, what the hell? That is so stupid. Transform child out of bounds. Transform child out of bounds. Really? But I do child count. And it's less than child count. Eh? Why? You can force destroying? It shouldn't allocate anything. It should return a reference to the fucking thing. It shouldn't allocate nothing. That's the worst part. If anything, it should allocate on the stack. One thing that keeps getting overwritten, not heap memory. It just doesn't make any sense. Like the language is just, poof. Bro, it's crazy. Like if it was using in place copy, fine. Right, you have the transform on the stack, it sits there, and the memory keeps getting copied into it. Okay, well, that's fine. But bruh. Why is get child on J giving me an out of bounds error if I go until child count? That makes no sense to me. Is that not how I loop over? Is that not how I loop over stuff? You're modifying the children in the loop? No, I'm assigning the game object reference to another loop. Like I'm just assigning the game object reference of the Palisade, but I'm not changing Palisade. It'll allocate if you use enumerable though. And I'm so tired of this language. I don't know if I could make a game in the XNA framework, guys. Like, because I would have to deal with the same shit there. Steph, thank you very much for following, and not sketched. Thank you guys very much for following. I appreciate that. Is there a get children method? No, there's only get child. So why is this out of bounds? I mean, I could debug right now. Oops, clicked the wrong thing. I refreshed chat. Let's see. Unity's API design is why C# is bad. So what you're saying is that the for each loop in C# would not allocate memory like it does in Unity. Did they override the default behavior of the for each loop with Unity? So what I'm encountering is not a flaw of C#, but it's from Unity, is what you're saying. It doesn't in newer .NET versions, so it they realized it was retarded. Okay. Transform child out of bounds. Wait, is it already out of bounds? I didn't even do anything yet. Nani? We have one child count. Really? Palisade. Ah, I'm dumb. Palisades. I feel like, no. Get child on J. I don't think the Palisade does have a child object. It's already out of bounds. It's not a flaw, just another way to program. So you think it's great that it allocates memory when you're literally just when you're just literally just looping over an array? You think that's fine? That it allocates memory possibly on the heap for that? You think that's okay? I'm looping over an array, guys. Not a linked list or nothing else. Even if it was a linked list, it should just use the damn reference to the object. It shouldn't allocate anything. Why? Oh. Okay. Now it works. But we also don't have any transforms yet. Okay. Let's see. Seems to work. Now they attack. But it's still slowing down. How? It's just too... How is it slowing down now? What the hell? I can't even set up another Palisade object. Maybe because it's so slow? Now it's even slower. Why? What am I doing wrong? Clear. I should click clear on play and clear right now. Alright. Pause here. Like, yeah, it's crazy. 600 here. Hierarchy. If it's another GC alloc, I just don't know anymore. Fixed update. Fixed update invoke. Calls. Why is it so slow? Maybe a customers should upgrade their PCs. Guys, please, if you don't know what you're talking about, don't make him even more confused. For each creates garbage only once, not in each loop. Deep profile? Deep profile? Enable deep profiling requires reloading scripts. Okay. Do I have to close this here in order to be able to deep profile? Do I start again? Yeah. Okay. We'll do again. Play. Okay. So I'm gonna move this to the side for now. Wait, but it's slow already. Eh? Why is it slow already? Is that the deep profile? Where are they running? Where are you guys running? Hey! Where are you running to? Oh, there's a palisade? Bro, this is crazy. Why is that so slow, man? I know I'm doing a little bit of work, but bro. Holy. What? I can't click on this. Oh my god. Guys, maybe I'm just too stupid to make a game in Unity. World Manager fixed update. Update grid. Get transform. 230,000 calls? Wait. 80 times 60 times 3. No. No. And that is only... I have one palisade. So it's not even times 3. It's divided by... It's 5,000 calls. I'm literally... All I'm doing is I'm iterating over the rows and columns of the grid. Which is that many iterations. Okay? These are the iterations of the grid. Okay. Then I look at the palisades. I have one palisade. One check. I iterate over that. I get the child object. I do 3 iterations. I apologize. I do 3 iterations. So then that's 14,000 iterations. You're doing it per frame, Cakes? Per frame? Do it per second? Even then, it's not correct. It should be 14,000, not... Where's the window? It should not be 230,000. Here's something wrong. Why are you calling get transform? I don't know which function calls get transform. Maybe this one here. Dot transform. Is it 60 times? No, where are you getting the 60 from? I have done the calculations here, mate. Look at what I did. Grid. Targets. Like here is the entire thing. 60 FPS. Yeah, but this is... No, wait. How does the... Where is it? I don't know why this window doesn't show up in my preview. It's really annoying. So what you're saying is... it is multiplied by 60 because fixed update needs to happen 50 times a second, and the time is so low that it calls update multiple times. Profiler is per frame. But is the per frame because it called fixed update? No, it called fixed update 16 times. So we gotta multiply that by 16. Give me a sec. Multiply that by 3, by 16. Here we go. Oh my god, this is so dumb. How is it so slow? God, is it dumb. Okay, give me a sec. I need to go to the bathroom and clear my head a bit. Bruh. Update grid is called in fixed update, which I knew was gonna be slow. I didn't think it would be that slow. Apparently, calling dot transform is really bad. So, in order to make this a bit better, I thought about changing this a bit. Instead of doing occupied, 240k. Instead of doing that, we do spatial partitioning. So instead of saying it is occupied, no, it has a game object occupied by. Now it's referencing a game object that sits on it. We gotta fix the code around that. Let's begin at the beginning. Is null. It's occupied by nothing. And then if it's occupied by is unequal to null. So that makes it easier. And then occupied by. How do we get... Does this return me a game object? Game object. Pine tree object. Let's call it instance. Pine tree instance. We set it to the pine tree instance. And then what is this? Primary action if it's occupied by If it's not occupied, so basically if occupied by is null, then we do game object palisade instance. We set it to the palisade instance occupied by. Now that would fix the code. Don't use game object. Calling the transform calls get component, which is resource intensive. Just save the transform. Save the transform. Well, palisade to transform is redundant. Palisade is already a transform, Cakes. Yeah, okay. Well, I will do these optimizations, okay? We'll get through each of these optimizations one by one. I'll write that down real quick, okay? I'm gonna quickly do that at the top here. So basically, store transform instead of game object. More efficient. And then transform palisade is bad. Inefficient. Okay, so I saved it real quick as a to-do list. I got a cool idea though. Watch this. So essentially, we now have a grid of targets. And we also have in utilities, I suppose. No, in the enemy. A public static vision range. And we'll put the vision range into utilities. And we call it enemy vision range. This one's important. 1 plus 1. 1 plus 1. So we do F8. Then utilities. Enemy vision range. Like that. Okay, so what we do here in the world manager to get palisades is simple. We have our cell data and we just look at surrounding tiles for obstacles. Actually, it's palisades, right? Or buildings. Don't loop over all. So right now, what I did as a first optimization step is I was looking at all of the palisades. Now I'm just gonna look at a surrounding. So that'll be another for loop. A double for loop. Man, I like that. I like that. Oh, you saw that? How it's like fling, fling. That I like that a lot. That was nice. So that would be X. Actually, that would be Y. And then that would be X. And that would be column, row minus. And here's where we need to have a const int tile radius, which is the utilities dot enemy vision range. We are getting all of the tiles inside the enemy's vision range. Okay, so for example, to visualize this a little bit, close that, and click on world. If, come on. If we are looking at this tile right here, and let's say there is, let's go to prefabs. Let's put we're looking at palisades, right? Let's say there's a palisade here in this tile. And we're looking at this tile right here. We are building a range of what the enemy could see if it was in this tile. And then we will only look at the palisades that we can find on those tiles. And each tile can only reference one game object. That makes sense. Right? So now we're looking at the vision range. Which, let me see, how was that again? Divided by this, right? So it's 120 pixels. How about we do 240? To make it big. Enemy vision range. Tile radius. Which is already in tiles. Cast into an int. What? The expression being assigned to tile radius must be constant. But it's const. It's read only. Can I do const? Public const. And why is this complaining now? Tile radius assigned but never. Okay. Good. And then we do row minus tile radius. And y is less than row plus tile radius. Y plus plus. And then we do the same thing with x. X is column minus tile radius. And x is less than column plus tile radius. Plus plus. Okay, so now we get those. Then we get another cell data. So that would be another reference cell data. That would be, I don't know, sub cell. And in the sub cell, we just basically check which one is the closest. Right, we get a transform. And loop over that. Let's see if this works. And then we do our your guys' optimizations, right? So the cell data holds what? A game object, and you guys are saying I should use a transform? That makes more sense. Transform would be better. And then whenever I'll try to use game object first, right? Yes, I'll try to use game object first and then we'll see. Okay. I mean, it is a palisade for now, or like a building. But transform. Sub cell dot occupied by is a game object dot transform. But what if it's null, right? First we need to check if it's already occupied by something. Oops. If it's occupied by nothing, we continue. Other than that, if it's... then we have a building on it. And then we check if we get the distance to the building. Dist to building. That would be building.transform.position minus the tile center, which I think we already have, right? Yeah. Oh, excuse me. So that would be the distance to the building, and then we go over our targets already. And we check their distances. Yeah, and here is where transforms make more sense rather than game objects, right? But I'm still gonna do transforms for now, just to test, okay? Distance to building. Distance to building. And then it sets the possible targets to the building. Possible targets. Wait. We have the building here. Then we have the distance to the building. And we're looking at our targets here. We get the target, that's the possible target, that would be the present distance and the distance. We would assign that here. Otherwise, if there's nothing, we assign the building. Okay. Now that is the first optimization rather than going through everything. Let's see how well this performs, and then we use transforms directly. And whenever we decide on a target, we store the game object. So basically, we will exchange game objects for transforms. We store transforms in the list. And then whenever someone picks a transform as a target, they look at the game object and store that. Maybe. Ori, Zoe, and KR Patrick, I guess. And so, thank you guys for following. Is so. Man, yeah, see, this is what I mean by... I don't think I'm doing anything... I don't think I'm doing anything too extraordinary here. Yet it's... For me, since I do it the first time, and I'm probably doing it wrong, it's really hard to learn this, right? I'm learning this right now. This is something trivial, by the way, in C++. But for this, bruh, that's really hard. Right, guys? Guys, what is this? Prediction. More than 1 FPS created by AQ. Uh-huh. I'm gonna make extra sure that I get more than an FPS now. Let me think. Did I miss anything? So we're gonna go over the tiles, right? We get the subcells. We look at the subcell. We get ourselves the building there if it's occupied by something. If not, we just skip it. Which for the most part, nothing will be occupied by. So that'll skip out a lot of things. It could be the tile radius is 0. Then this loop will do nothing. Here is an issue. Needs to be X and Y. So there was a bug. But that doesn't count towards the prediction. That's fine. Now that we have the building, we go over all of the possible targets. And here we do dot transform, which could be slow. Is slow. But we at most have 3. So at most, if we're looking at the calculator, and let's say the radius is a cell radius of 10 cells, right? 10 cells. 10 times 10 is 100. And we have 3 targets. That is 300 iterations. I don't think that'll slow down enough to cause multiple updates of the fixed update loop. I will get rid of this from the update loop. But for now, I want to test this inside the update loop. I know it's bad to put it in the update loop, in fixed update. I just want to test. I don't think that'll cause this to call update more than once a frame. Yeah, guys, it is 300 iterations. 10 cells. I could even do the calculation here. I have 240 vision range. I have 16. That's 15. Times 15. That's 225. Times 3. That's 675. That is so far away from 14,000. Nah, I don't think so. 675 possible transform checks. No, guys. There's no way it's gonna be 1 FPS. The transform a game object properties are not expensive. You're calling them 200,000 times a frame. Ah, yeah. I know. I know that now. Yeah, I know. What do you think of C# so far? Today's not a good day to ask that. Like, I'm not having too much of a good day today with C#. Let's say that. Yeah. Play. I have an endless loop. Somewhere. It's an endless loop here. Did I forget to increment something? Row plus tile radius. Oh shit, it's less. But I'm increasing it. Right, so we start at minus 18. Tile radius is 15, like calculated. Y is minus 3. My 40k. Guys, this doesn't even count. How is this counting? The game is not even running. This doesn't count. My PowerPoint slideshow. Shut up. No, guys, this doesn't count, but okay. How is this loop endless? This loop should not be endless. It's gotta be something obvious, chat. What is it? Y minus. Y is less than plus. It displayed 0.4 FPS in the info panel. Okay. Yeah, I think that's some bullshit, but okay. How is this an endless loop? Should not be an endless loop. Is it that slow? There's no way it's that slow, right? What the hell is this? Wait, is it that slow? If it was an ended loop, it would have crashed the entire Unity editor. I can't check the profiler. You have deep profile on. Oh, guys, that doesn't count. I have deep profile on. Deep profile seems to slow down this entire thing. Oh. I can't, like, can you stop, please? Oh, no. Can I somehow stop this? I can't do anything. Uh-oh. Do I kill the process? Check your CPU, might be on fire. What? 11 gigabytes? How? I did nothing. There it is. It stopped. Wait. Did you free the memory? Unity. Can you free the memory, please? What do you need enough gigabytes for, man? Hey, it doesn't free the memory. Yeah, I'm restarting that, bro. Guys, I feel like this is rigged, you know? Because that should not happen. Those are rookie numbers. Man. Okay, like I would love to get a W. Can I get a W today? It's been almost 4 hours and I still don't have enemies checking palisades and attacking them. How? This is trivial in C++. W for wrong. W here. Here W. Man. I know, because I've made tons of programs like this game in it. Dude, I'm not joking. You'd make this game in an hour in Construct. No, because I don't know how to use Construct, mate. That's not how that works. Play. Bro, it's 1 FPS. 1.9. How? More than one. Shut up. Oh my god. Did you turn it off, dumbass? Oh wait, did I turn it off? I did not. You're right. No, wait. I think it was off. Hey guys, I can't believe. Oh shit, now it's on. I just can't believe this. Man. No, so what is slow then? How did I make it even more slow? Maybe the get tile center? But no, wait. So we're looping over the surrounding tiles. We get the reference to the subcell. That should be fast, right? So literally, it's a very little data. Now we have the game object here, and then we call it transform it. Okay, so how about this? We change that to a transform. Right? Let's begin slow. Right? And then that's the building. Dot position. Over here. The thing is though. Oh wait, it looks at the trees too. These are trees as well. I get it. Wait a minute. If building is tree, continue. Is there a better way to test that? Something? You can't do that? Why not? God, I hate this more and more every day. Why not? It's a game object? And? Oh my god, bro. This is so complicated. Now we look at the tags or something? He's looping every cell, checking if there's a building, and if yes, he's checking the neighbor cells. No, every cell checks for surrounding cells as neighbors, yes. 15 cells might be a bit much, so we can tone that down, the vision range. Let's say it's 140, right? That's a bit better. How about we do something that is perfectly divisible? 140 by 16. Let's say 16 times 10. That would be 16 times 8. Maybe 8 cells. 128. So over here, vision range would be in cells. Let's say 8 cells. Okay, so we get the building on the cell, but it could also be a tree. Now we need to know if it's a building or not. How do we know if it's a building? So now I need to have some sort of identification on the game object to test if it's a building. If it has the component building, try get component. Let me see. So which components, what type of component does a building have? Don't know. Rugged component, but that's expensive when you do it a lot of times. What is not expensive in Unity when you do it a lot of times? Holy cow, bro. Man. God. Pressing Alt F4. Tags or layers? I'm not calling it 200k. Now, we have a grid of 60 times 80. And for every cell, I do 8 by 8 other cells. So, man. What is your goal with this code? I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know, man. This is so complicated. It's crazy complicated. Are you learning Unity without learning C#? I'm learning both. What do you mean? You want me to sit here and read a diary all day? I'm just using the language and seeing how far I can go. I'm learning by doing. You gave it a try. It's not for you? I'm not gonna try Rust. I mean, I can store trees and then the enemies attack trees, fine. That's okay for now. That would be a use case. So normal to feel blocked. The problem with this block is that I have no clue how to continue. Despite usually having multiple options. And it's not because the problem itself is so difficult. It's because I don't know all of the rules. Can you cache anything? Sure, this code will run in a separate thread or in a job, something like that, right? Fine. But it should be fast enough to run less than 16 milliseconds. For sure. Like, that is not too much to ask. Especially when most cells will not be occupied by anything. Most cells are empty. So we don't really have 300,000. This is the worst case, when every cell is occupied. Usually, 80% of these cells are, what is that called? Are not occupied. So, sorry, Liam, then the other way, right? Minus 307,200. It's like 61,000. It's not great. But 61,000 iterations should run in less than 16 milliseconds. When it's literally just a reading, I know Unity is different because the transform holds more information, but it's just reading a little bit of data. However, since this is C# in Unity, it obviously has to do a memory lookup into a different location. It's not continuous at all. You have an int incremented inside a loop and printed somewhere every frame. That's my problem with Unity and C#. It feels so intransparent and expensive. There's about learning these tricks and the workarounds over time. Yeah, no, this is the reason why I couldn't get anything done originally, because I tried to do something in my mind very basic and I couldn't do it. Now I'm stuck figuring out if a generic game object is a tree or not. But even if it is a tree, in my opinion, shouldn't really be an issue. It's like being in bronze in League versus Master. Cakes. Cakes use profiler markers, different places, and see which part is most expensive. Debug log, yeah, debug log will make it very slow, this loop. I would love to finish this game, but I feel like I'm unable to. I'm running out of time. Like, even if I change game object to transform, the question still stands here. If tree, skip. So I still need to ask if it's a tree. You know? This would be like a simple if check with a continue in here. And now, okay, we can do building.get component, but you guys said this is very slow. Shouldn't do that. See how slow this is? With get component tree. But it's a game object, right? Try get component. Just for testing? Yeah, but that does not seem to work. Out. Fuck off. I'm just gonna get component. I'm not gonna get this out. Oh, sorry. I've had a bad day with outs today. Okay, we're gonna skip trees, which means it should do nothing, by the way. It should actually do nothing. Game object holds the components. It's 1 FPS. It is so fucking slow. Guys, I don't know. Create a tag for the tree. Yeah, sure, I can put a tag on the tree for now and see. But this is just dumb. I'm sorry, but this is just really bad. I'm not doing anything too sophisticated here. There should be a couple of nanoseconds. Maybe a millisecond at most. It is really not that many iterations. Most of the cells are not occupied by anything. And then over here, I'm just checking if it's a tree and I'm continuing. Microseconds, not nanoseconds. Sorry. Right? Microseconds come after... not nanoseconds, I apologize. Are you sure there isn't a mistake somewhere? No, I don't think so, no. Like, this code should never happen. Let's see. I'll test. This code should... Oh, I have to restart Unity. Looks like. Or do I have to just restart Visual Studio Code? Let's see. Maybe that works. Nanoseconds was correct. This could be nanosecond level. Oh, Supaku chiming in with the data. Damn. No, guys, I'm really trying real hard to get at least like some form of management code in here to make it somewhat efficient. Okay, so I have to restart Unity. Give me a sec. Gonna restart Unity. Get component is slow, isn't it? Yeah, people told me it's slow. But I didn't think it would be that slow, man. I think I need to stop here. Enable permanent debug in the editor settings if you don't want to restart the editor every time. Cakes. Oh, really? It's that? What's the problem? Why just 1 FPS? So, I can... While this loads, I have a grid inside the game. 80 cells by 60 cells. That is 4,800 cells I operate over. And then for each cell, I check their neighbors locally to figure out targets, right? Each cell holds the data for nearby targets. Which you can argue, is this a good way to do it? It's somewhat the idea of a flow field that will run on a separate thread, never really run on the main thread. But yeah, so we are iterating over those, and then for each cell, I'm checking 8 by 8 neighbors in both directions. So 64 neighbors. And now for all of those neighbors, I just check if, let's say, a tree is on that cell. Right? If it is, then it has a reference to the tree, like a game object that is not null. And so we multiply that by 64. However, most cells are empty, so great. Most cells would return empty and do nothing, and therefore it's somewhat this many iterations each frame. And when you put code like this into something you write yourself, that'll be much less than a millisecond. Much less. Couple of microseconds. Maybe nanoseconds, I don't know. But it's definitely not... It is a lot of iterations, yeah. But it's not much. And unfortunately, it's a lot of in Unity because we have... well, we need to iterate over game objects here. So it's storing, it's getting data from all over the place. 60k isn't a lot of iteration. No, it's not. I know. But I come from a C++ background where this is not a lot, but in Unity it is. So I feel like I'm doing the wrong approach here. What I'm trying to do is wrong when you go from the environment of Unity. Maybe spent the last few days on dots, Cakes. Maybe you'd enjoy memory stuff. No, last time I used dots, I quit Unity. I wasn't having fun with dots at all, man. I don't know. It's wrong for sure. Yeah, I guess I'm doing it wrong. But yeah, let's see. So what were we doing again? I was gonna debug something, but I forgot. What was I debugging? I had to restart. Oh, I was gonna check if this breakpoint was gonna hit. Dots was dog shit in beta. Apparently it's better now. I feel like I need a small break from Unity. Yeah, so it's not hitting this code. So the entire process that makes it slow is this piece of code. This piece of code makes it slow because I call it 300,000 times. You get component and update. Yeah, so people told me this is slow. So I want to test how fast this would be without get component if I just do true. Then this code will never happen. Let's see. Why not use tag? Yeah, well, I'll see tags next. Do you regret? No, I'm learning. I don't regret this at all. But I gotta be honest. I feel like I need to move on at this point. I can't really make the game I want to make. I feel like that would be the optimization needed for thousands of enemies. And maybe it's a failed venture. I don't know. We'll see. It is still 1 FPS. Well, let's make absolutely sure that it's this. Okay. Maybe it's because I have the debugger attached. Let's get rid of that too. Make me mod cakes? No, it's your first message. Continue at the top, yeah. No, I want to at least test this. Null check here. See if that makes it slow. Bro, this is insane. That is insane. Now, guys, really, I'm really not having a good time right now. Because this is just something so basic. It's a fucking pointer to memory. And there is 2 things in there. Bro, that you can't be serious. I think there's something wrong, bro. This is not normal. It's not this loop then? No, it is. It is. It is this call. Wait. Bro, get cell data is a little bit of math stuff and returns a reference into an array. Guys, I think I stop here. If I can't do basic stuff like this, even if I do it wrong, this is insane. Math clamp? This would run at 1 trillion FPS in C. Array is breaking, am I wrong? No, I mean, I'm clamping here, so I'm never out of bounds. Add line by line. What am I doing wrong? We're doing a ref. Maybe there's a problem with ref. So ref is the problem? Come on, man. Guys, I think this is just not for me. Maybe this is not for me. Don't give up, man. Listen, I just cannot figure out a solution. I just want one array. See, like, it's not like I want something special. I want an array of data, continuous in memory, iterate over the fucking array, and get an index into the array and look at the data. That's all I want. I don't want anything specific. I don't want anything fancy out of the ordinary. I just want to index into an array. That's all. I want to test something. I can't believe this. Remove the ref, let's see. But then, like, I create a copy. If cell data is a struct, just return the struct and reassign it. See what the frame rate is. So instead of ref, I do this. But then I still need to get the index here. Raylet plus box to the time. Guys, really, I'm sorry but I just do not understand this, really. Because in my opinion, I have now, like, listen, it's not like I'm never trying to learn anything. I've tried to learn as much as I can. This just really feels needlessly difficult for no reason. Right? Pisses me off. I need get grid coordinates in a second, guys. That's why. I need get grid codes. Tile radius. Update grid. Tile radius. We continue here. Oh, I hate that. Cell data. Cell data, and then oh no, the stupid fucking vector 3 bullshit. I can't believe this. It makes me mad, man. Guys, Unity is not for me. It's just not for me. Like, I feel like I'm fixing Unity's fucking source code. It's insane. Where was I? Shit, where was I? Tile? No, it's not tile. Luemos, thank you very much for subscribing. I appreciate it. Man, let me play that.
Am I so out of touch? No.
Info grid.
Luemus just subscribed. Can you show the profiler to see if this function is actually the problem?
This is so retarded! Oh my god, what here? Are we done yet? Oh my god, it's no longer a reference. Oh. Okay. I told you cannot piggyback on Unity data. You should make your own data structure and populate it at start, and then you create, destroy an object and calculate the flow field with the data structure. But I tried doing that. I literally did that. I don't understand what you mean, because I have created a structure called cell data. Now, okay, I hold game objects in here, but this is my own structure. And then I created an array out of it. How is this not using my own stuff? I need to use something from Unity. Like, if I hold a reference to a game object, I need at least something. Game object inside? Yeah, but how do I reference the player or a building or something without using anything from Unity? Now I need some sort of identification. Maybe an array index, an ID, but in both cases, I need to build this entire thing myself. Looking up the game object, finding it by ID or array index, stuff like that. I might as well code this entire thing myself then. Like, why am I using Unity then? It makes no sense. Let's see though. Man. Update grid should be called an update instead of fixed update. This is usually called multiple times per frame. Anyways, let's see how slow this is now. Compile errors? Where? World manager cell data. Shit, what is this? Oh no. Well, I don't need to write back the cell data, so that's fine. And the enemy. Okay. Cakez, remember seeing a streamer doing this quickly without any lags. I believe the error is that you're mixing C++ with C#. Yeah, I guess I am. I don't know, man. Listen. Maybe this is just not for me. I didn't think using an array would be that difficult. Sorry. Like, is this the issue? Change fixed update to update. Update gets called more often. It's totally fine. Yeah, but it doesn't seem to work. No, please, for the C++ power, don't give up. We'll try now, yeah, we'll see what it looks like. But guys, man, it's really crazy. Like, I like Unity, I have to say. Like, the options in Unity are great, but I'm just totally blocked by basic things. I want enemies to follow a flow field, and I can't even build that. 0.9 FPS? I just can't believe it. It's 0.9 FPS because I look up a tile in a grid. Because I call this function. I guess this function. That returns me something inside an array. A one-dimensional array, you might, mind you. Which is the fastest data structure you can get. It doesn't get faster than an array. It does not. Man. So what if? Listen, I need to do so much coding to get away from these though. Can you remove clamp? And I'm curious. If I remove clamp, then I think the game breaks. I think I'll get out of bounds. Which is why I didn't do it, but I can try. There's no way clamp's the issue. I'm pretty sure Unity does math stuff very well. I'm pretty sure that's some intrinsics. It's gotta be some bit operations that make this real fast. Yeah, it crashes out of bounds. I can't do it because enemies run from outside the bounds of the array. Yeah, no, it doesn't work. And also, no, the edge cases don't work for this either. I need clamp. Clamp is not the issue, 100%. How about... Nah. Problem is the function call, I believe, Cakes. You can replace the function call with just an array index. Just return a fixed coordinate. Return fixed coordinate just to test. The thing is I can't, guys. I call get cell data so many times in code. I need to fix the code everywhere where I call this. And I initialize trees. I try to spawn enemies. I try to occupy tiles with mouse clicks. I index into this. I return too much info in too many places to fix this fast. Each time I change the way the function works, I need to rewrite a lot of code. I have game object in the cell data. We'd use the profiler. It's this function here. I can show you. Like it is get cell data. Not that it matters a lot, but the math class you're using uses a different data structure for ints, whereas the vector int is an implicit conversion. Yeah, I know, but I'm using the math on like a simple clamp in an int value here, which is fine. People already told me that there's math in Unity math, but this is just on ints. That's fine. It shouldn't be a struct. Oh, man. Fixed update kit. Okay, we can call it an update. It's fine. But I don't think... I mean, it'll improve performance a bit, but it's still bad to call it here. Show which call is causing the lag. We already saw. It's the get cell data call. It is this call. Why are you using a struct? Fine, I'll use a class. Okay. If I can just exchange it for a class, maybe it's better. Guys, it's not 1000 enemies. It's an empty world that lags. It is an empty world. But I think I just cannot build the game I want to build with this without investing much more time into Unity dots. And man, I thought I could build a basic game. It's crazy. I was not expecting this. It would be more performant if each enemy just checks nearby cells. But still. How can you make an empty world run at 0.2 FPS? Yeah, how? Let me see. Let's put that here for now. Why is this happening, by the way, whenever I add a function here? Maybe the editor is confused. Ask GPT to see what it says about the code. We already know where it happens. I just don't know why it's slow. It's gonna be the Unity objects that it's returning. What is not set? Info grid? Oh yeah, of course. Bruh. This completely defeats the fucking purpose of an array. You know what I just built, guys? I built an array that for each slot inside the array, instead of containing the data of this slot, no, it points to a new memory location with the data somewhere else in memory, which holds a field. That's a Boolean. Actually, no, it holds a pointer to a game object somewhere else in memory. That's the game object. And then in the second one, it has an array, which is, by the way, another pointer to another random memory location in memory somewhere, which is an array that has game objects inside pointers, mind you, to other memory locations. Each of them points to another memory location. I just created this. And all I want is this. Which is one line of code in C. It is literally struct some data int position X. I'm so mad I can't even type. Int position Y. And then some data, some array. 100. I cannot do this in C#. I'm unable to do it. You can? How? How? I said 4 different ways, which you ignored. I had like 50 messages a minute. Tell me different things, AQ. Like, I'm not doing this on purpose. Okay, so how do I do that then? Some array, new some data. We did that. No, I'm not reading you guys. You are not AQ. I'm only looking at AQ. No. No. AQ. So how? Unity gives you a native array struct. I remember you saying that. Man, guys, I'm wasting my time here. Really, I do. But okay, I'm gonna try Unity's native array struct. So public, oops, public, static, native array of cell data. Info grid. Can't do that, maybe. No. Can I not make it static? Must be non-nullable type. So you mean it needs to be a struct? Also inline array. This won't help, forget it. You're not using Unity, you're fighting with it? If making a simple array is fighting with Unity, then I don't want Unity. I can't believe this. It's a simple freaking array. But the bigger problem is the game object is a pointer. I understand that game object here is a pointer. I'm totally aware of the fact that if I create an array like this, each part in the array points to a new memory location. I'm aware of that. Right? So even if I create like the array you say, it wouldn't make anything, and it's not POD, but has a bunch of properties that calculate the values. What does POD mean? Stella and 8th, thank you guys for following. Can you stop drawing worms? How about you shut the fuck up, bitch? Huh? See you in 5 minutes. There you go. You need to cache a lot of data from it. Plain old data, aka struct. Public struct cell data. Position. Type. Bool occupied. Yeah, so... Yeah, I mean, yeah. Listen, that's why I said that it would be best if you created your own data structure. So, but then I would need to have like a bool or like an, I don't know, int occupied by ID, and then int possible targets. Possible targets. It would be ints, and then each game object would be an int or an index into an array or something. And then I still have to find that game object somehow. It's just not as simple, and I think that would be inefficient too then. Because then I still have to loop. Because if I don't have any... I mean, sure, I could do... Inside this array, I could do... Or I could say... I could do a float distance and then an int closest target ID. I don't know, public? I don't know, public, I guess. Right? And then I could do that. We did that before, Luemus. I literally did that already. I don't have to do it again. Go back 20 minutes, look it up yourself. Okay, I'm not gonna do it for you. We tested continue above this function call, and we tested continue below this function call. And below this function call, we are running at 1 FPS, less than 1 FPS. Above this function call, if I put the continue here, it runs at 50 FPS. So the problem is this function call, the get cell data. And it is indexing into cell data. It is this thing that it copies. Or references, it doesn't matter. Reference, copy, both of them make it slow. So it doesn't matter if it's a struct or class, it is the game objects inside this data that make it slow. The idea would be to avoid querying over game objects, but in their update functions update the data structure and once per frame recalculate the flow field. I need some handle to figure out the game object's ID or something, though. I need a unique identifier for the game object. And then I need to still, when an enemy encounters this cell, I need to still find the enemy by the ID. And if there's 1,000 enemies, then I need to loop 1,000 enemies. I cannot use anything from Unity here, you say. Right? So then the moment 5 enemies go into the cell, they loop 5,000 times. Why don't you use the native tools of the engine? We tried that. We spawned 1,000 enemies and it broke. So now we need to do something like a flow field. You know? But why I use Unity if I need to create my own data structure? Baby rage. Oh, so this guy is just trying to rage bait me. Did you try the ECS system? Worked perfectly with 100 enemies. So, yeah, I mean, you're right. You're right. 100 enemies finding the closest target to attack would work, right? Sorry, YouTube chat did not update, guys. Let me see the power of C++. No, please, where was the last message? Sorry, what is the problem? Unsafe pointer array. Harder than C++ dev. Just came in. Are you still doing 100 enemies game? I'm trying to put a flow field in. It's not been working that great. Can you share the project so we can try to debug it? I can make it public if you want to. I can push today and make it public if you want to. I don't think ECS allows for a WebGL build. I'm not sure. All that would suck a bit, but yeah. Let me see. Did I miss any of AQ's messages? Yeah, at this point, guys, I'm fighting this engine even more than Godot, man. So your solution is to not use any of Unity's game objects. Are you trying to find the path to the play every frame? No, I'm trying to find the best target. It's better to move to Godot. Nah. Man, it's been almost 5 hours. And I made no progress. I have... Let me think. I don't think I've ever had such little progress when trying. I mean, I did have a couple of streams where I did make no progress, but problems like this? These are advanced concepts, but you want to think of Unity stuff as just a renderer layer. It's kind of the end game of Unity. Cakez, I have an idea. Why don't you try using Godot to the same part of a Unity problem and see how it turns out? It's called every fixed update. Yeah. What happens at the getCellData function? Yeah, I told you guys already, right? Godot is much slow. Rewrite the game in Godot. Compare. Please guys, stop suggesting that. Times to start recommending Unreal. Control Z until 0.3 FPS build to make it public, Cakez. What I find crazy, guys, is but what I find crazy is that getting data a couple of times that is null somehow causes some weird internal lookups in Unity. Just because this is a game object is the reason why this function is slow. While maybe I'm just thinking wrong, but and the reason why I'm thinking that way is because obviously I come from a C++ background, right? But in C++, what I have learned so far is if you have a reference or if you have a pointer, it is literally just a number that is either null, 0, a garbage number if you did something really bad, or a memory location. And there is no way in hell that asking 200,000 times a frame for a number to be loaded into memory, which is literally just 64 bits of data, can be slow. And I just cannot wrap my head around how this would be an issue. right? No, it's not even that. The equals null. Get cell data is the problem. And I guys, I'll show you to show it again. Let me see. Let me undo the get cell data stuff real quick. Make quickly undo stuff here. And like when we had the references to cell data, right? It didn't change anything. References to cell data and classes did not change anything, guys. Just want to let you know. Okay? That's why I'm changing it back right now. I just gotta quickly get the code back to where it was. Ref. Continue. Enemy. Ref. Good. Utilities. Struct. Class. Some data. Struct. I think that's it. Let me quickly check here. You didn't test class? I did test class. That's not correct. I did test class. Then I tested call by value. It's running at 80 FPS right now. World Manager. Continue below. Get cell data. Look. Let's maybe test if it's this function or the equals null. Maybe it's the equals null. Right? Maybe. Maybe it's the equals null. Maybe I was wrong, right? One FPS. It's the function. And so, coming from a C++ background where a reference or a pointer is literally just an integer value, doing this operation is nothing. You can do this millions of times a frame, and it's totally fine. And so I just cannot wrap my head around how this could be slow. I understand now, okay, it is in fact this game object here. Okay. But man, try use code instead of function. It's not that. It's not. No, it's not that. It is not that. How do you know the loop isn't getting optimized out when you add continue at the end? Because now the loop does nothing. Yeah, I know. The loop does nothing, but it's not getting optimized out. Otherwise, it would not be slow. If the loop got optimized out. Like, the loop is optimized out because I'm not doing anything. But that's entirely the point. It's the first operation in the loop that is slow. Try to use this function without anything else. What does that mean? Why does the function work so poorly? Because we have game objects of Unity inside. And it seems like that Unity is doing some internal checks on these game objects before returning them or something. I don't know. Put the code from the function. Okay, I'll put the code from the function. If you guys want to. That. Let's see. But yeah, I don't know. Cakes, how about instead of saving the game objects themselves, create a game manager and reference them by the number or something? Yeah, that's what AQ told me to. That's what I would need to do. I would need to put like an index into an array, and then the game manager itself handles, I guess, the array, right? Child index. Huh? You're overwriting X and Y in the loop here, right? I'm overwriting X and Y in the loop. Is that a problem though? Is that... No, I think that's fine. I need to do that. That's a problem? It was an infinite loop? No, that's a... I think it's okay. The loop is returning much earlier. Why? No, why would this be an issue, guys? Because you're setting... Oh, I see, I'm setting X. I'm setting X. Yeah, okay, you're right. Okay. And then it won't work. Sad. Back to 1 FPS. This is your brain after 5 hours of coding. Yeah. Yeah, it's back to 1 FPS. And so it is the game objects here. Are you avoiding? No, I'm working on it still. Yeah, the function call wasn't the problem. I would be surprised if it was, but you never know. You're right. Let's get rid of this. So it's not was not the function call, of course. Nice, because the demo was solid. I appreciate that. Replace math to math F has nothing to do with math F, but I can if you really want to. I don't think it does anything, but fine. I gotta be honest, guys. I'm a little discouraged right now. I'm a little discouraged. Should we use the profiler? Yeah, we can test. It doesn't do anything. Deep profile it. We did before, but it kind of crashes the editor. I'm really sad, guys. I didn't think that it would turn out like this, man. Restart game engine has nothing to do with this. Fine, we'll use Unity profile. Flow field is 80 by 60. Enex. In a normal C++ program, this would take less than a millisecond, much less. I know it's not efficient, I'm not stupid, but I didn't think it would be that bad. That makes me a bit sad. But it's fine, it's fine. Count how many times function is called in one update call, Cakes? Yeah, we'll figure that out now. You shouldn't be sad, you're just playing around with this. Close it and move on along to the next thing. Yo, not sketched, I appreciate it. Thank you very much for following, for subscribing. I appreciate that, bro.
Blah. Am I so out of touch?
We're still learning? Yeah, no, it's
No,
right.
Not
We are
sketched,
learning,
just
right?
Subscribed.
Unity too hard. Do you ever hydrate? I guess I forget to. I guess I should. Run it? Yeah, we're running it now. It's gonna be so slow. It's gonna take 10 days to update. Alright. You guys ready? 3000 milliseconds here, yeah. This is crazy. Man. I think it managed to do 1 frame right now. 0 frames, yeah. I mean, it is in fixed update. I should probably remove it from fixed updates because it's causing to use that a lot. Hello, Mr. Cakes. Hello, Mr. Bigatti Tech. How you doing, bruh? Call it once. I'm working on that, but it's currently sitting 19,000 ms. Like, I'm trying to stop it. It's not stopping. Man. Bro. I know I'm doing something inefficient, but yeah. Can go frame by frame. Can this like stop, please? I would love it to stop. I appreciate it, Mr. Almeida. Let me play the notification. Thank you very much for 300 bits.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh
Elmida,
my
for
god, can
300
you
bits.
stop?
Good luck. Unity does not like it when you go outside.
I'm
their
wasting
aim or
my
control.
time here, guys.
DI
I really
will go
am.
Back to work. Have fun, guys.
Guys, I don't think this is for me. As much as I want to love Unity, I don't know if this is for me. I really want to love it. I like Unity, but this right here, I can't even stop the profiler. I've clicked like 10 times. I keep clicking. Bro, it started so well, and then I want to do a simple grid of game objects, and it completely blows out of proportion. We are looking at 20,000 ms. Even in my wildest dreams, I could not foresee that. 23 seconds frame time. End task, but I want to see the profiler. See, that's why I didn't do deep profile. People kept telling me deep profile. I ignored all your messages because I knew this was gonna happen. Force close engine, open profile, I press pause, start the game. Just 1 frame, you can take a look, X. Cakes. Yeah, what I said, it seems spiraling. Are you doing all of this? Yeah, I am. I'm trying to stop it. Oh my god. Guys, it's been such a long time on my stream when I tried to do something that I got this demoralized. Even when I was doing lighting systems, I still felt a little hopeful that somewhere down the line I'd be able to fix it. Here, I just feel, close the damn thing! Holy shit, man. Goodness. Okay. We're good now. We're good now. Shocking that the stream quality is not degrading. You mean because of the thing? Please make this repository public. Maybe we can play with it? Yeah, sure I can if you want to. Is the process that big without the profiler too? No, I think the profiler balloons it. Can we see the full code? Yeah, I can upload it to GitHub and make it public. This is what I said, but he doesn't read YouTube chat. What have you said? Are you doing this in fixed up? Yeah, no, I guys, I know. Let me do it in update. Man, I'm not having fun, guys. I'm not having fun. I'm disappointed, really. I know there's a workaround, but I wasted so much time on something so trivial. It makes me feel dumb. Decrease the 4 range? Bro, I want enemies to have some range. How do you feel making your CPU have a zillion cache misses today? That's not me, that's Unity, man. Sorry. But null should be null. It should just be a number. Oh, man. God damn it. Maybe this is just not for me, guys. Stop stalling. Okay. Pause. Window. Analysis. And you know, my wife really needs my help, man. We're currently trying to abgewöhnen in English. I don't know what that's called. Zoe to no longer drink breast milk. And I've been putting Zoe to bed. It's been really hard because she wakes up at night and cries like for hours. Teach separate, yeah. Because like it's a... How do you say that? She's gewöhnt in English. And I feel bad when I stream like 5 hours, right? And stuff like this should not take 5 hours. That should be something... if you do it for the first time, sure, like a couple of hours, but... Man. So, deprofile. And we play once. Right? We press one play button. Don't deprofile. People told me to deprofile. Can you print the... This will tell us the number of iterations. I don't need to print it. Chat. See, if you guys were listening to chat, you would know that. Do deprofile. I do deprofile play. So I think the first frame is fine, right? Do I click play again or what do I do now? One step. Advanced frame. Hit the most right button. Okay. Click. That took a long time. Yeah, okay. So 1000 ms. Let me advance one more time. You done? Was it done? Okay, so like 1000 FPS. All right, so hierarchy, player loop, update scene, and here is where the slow part is. The behavior update, world manager update, and then the world manager, like, yeah, you can see it, update grid and get cell data takes 80% of time. How? How? That doesn't make any sense. How is it a million times? Math.infinity law. How the hell am I calling this a million times? My loop, that's why I told you the loop was getting optimized out, you clown. Huh? No, that makes no sense. No, I calculated this. That's not possible. No, watch. What the fuck did I just open? VS Code? Like a calculator. So look here. We have 80 grid cells and we multiply that by 60. That is 4,800 iterations just going over this loop here. This one. Okay? Now, for each tile, we go by tile radius, which is the enemy vision range. In this case, 8. 8 to the left, 8 to the right, 8 up, 8 down. So an 8x8 grid around each cell. 8x8 is 64, and we multiply that by 4,800. We're getting to 300,000. How on earth can I get up to 1 million? That makes no sense. Isn't it 16 by 16? Oh, it's 16 by 16, you're right. That's a lot more. Man. Shit. Okay, that's a lot. 17 by 17? Oh yeah, because 0, right? It's cool. Seems 17. I mean, that is a lot. Man. The dots version takes 700 milliseconds per frame. Per frame, by the way. You know that there are resources who have solved this problem already. Well, at this point, just ask ChatGPT. Is it more helpful than figuring it out yourself? You reduce the neighbors from 8 to 2. Can reduce distance. Nah, at this point, I think my design is just dog shit. Making each tile store data is a dumb idea, I guess. Right. You can split the update into batches. Yeah, I could, but maybe this is just a really bad solution for this use case. Because like the reason why I wanted to do this was so that like I have a world, a grid, and I have a lot of enemies in this world, and each enemy just looks at a tile underneath to figure out what to do, right? That was my idea. So let's say I have like 1 million enemies here. Instead of each enemy looking at their surrounding tiles, I have the data in the tile. And that runs in a separate thread that gets updated by another thread. And then each enemy just looks at the tile here. Looks at the data. There's a list of enemies. You know, a list of enemies. Maybe a direction, you know, a walk in this direction towards the building, main building or something, and maybe some other data. And then in my head, maybe I'm just dumb. In my head, this was a good solution, you know? Here's the correct solution, Cakez. Separate your world into chunks. Use the job system. And 1 job per chunk. Update the chunks near the player more frequently, and you're good to go with 60 plus FPS. I know that I shouldn't update flow field each frame, but I wasn't expecting this to take 10 seconds. So let's say I create a job for this and I update it once a second. It still takes 10 seconds to update. That's too slow. Right? And now I know why. How big is the world? 80 by 60 tiles. I don't think that's too unreasonable in terms of tiles or chunks. I think a 16 by 16 size for tiles is reasonable. Why do neighbor checks? Well, here's what I thought would be smart, right? Let's say this tile in green needs to query the data, right? For enemies, or let's not say enemies, but targets and obstacles to attack. And so it would look at the surrounding tiles for example, palisades, right? There's a palisade here. There's a palisade, I don't know, maybe here. And so if I have a lot of enemies, I thought in my mind, okay, well, if this tile stores these 2 palisades, maybe this is ID 1 and ID 2, and then it stores them in here, 1, 2. And then each enemy just looks up this data. It's like, oh, cool. So 1 and 2. And maybe there's even a priority where it stores 1 as the priority. And then they're like, oh, wait, well, the priority is 1. I'm going to go attack 1. Boom. Faster than calling 5 times a check on the palisade. Right? Oh, should I go to the palisade or this one? Right? And so instead of making it per enemy, I make it per tile. And then I can have hundreds of enemies in each tile. And it's faster. AKA some sort of flow field, right? The field decides where to go. This is the issue. You're trying to make enemies smart. They don't need to be smart in a game like this. You see, like, yes, but my next game, I want smart enemies like this. I want to spawn minimum of 10,000 enemies. I want to have a situation like in They Are Billions. I really want this. Like, I'm not joking. For my next game, I want to test around with this because I really like the idea of that. And so what I'm doing here is like a precursor to that, just experimenting a bit, you know, and going like step by step, slowly but surely testing out different things. This is one test. It's not a good test, apparently. I am bad. This is a bad idea. Now I know. Yes, I know in Unity, if I were to do this in Unity, I would have to use dots, right? I am aware of that. But I still wanted to see, well, how would Unity fare with this? At least now you know it's not fully Unity's fault, so it isn't hopeless. Yeah, I mean, it is completely not Unity's fault. If I look at the profiler, it's literally just 60% time is spent on clamp. 70%. That's like almost everything. So it's totally not Unity, which is nice. But it's still bad to do. Use math f.clamp. I think we did that and it was the same. Wait, which one? This one or this one? Big F. But then... Oh. Math F is float math. Nah, guys, I gotta be honest though, this is a lot of stress for me. I feel very stressed. Because... I don't know. We'll see. Nate's batching, I guess. It's still too many calls to get cell data. Even if I reduce the range. 8 cells in range, in my opinion. Now we know the difference. Oh shit. Don't do it, you have a family. The thing is, I'm not making progress. That's also what's problematic. And in such a simple game, you should be done by now. But it's also my fault for trying to do this stuff, right? "17 range is large." No, but like in the world, 17. Like if I'm here and I go 8 tiles to the left, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's not that large. That's not that much range. Like this distance is not much. Right? Increase the grid size then. Hello Poseidon, how you doing, man? Try implementing some pathfinding. I think I need a break from Unity, to be honest. Game objects are not the solution you reach for if you try to update thousands of objects. You need to make your data structures and managers. And without Unity dots, you're trying... No, listen, I know that, but I'm not trying to build the 10,000 enemy game right now. I'm just exploring options that could get me there. This is one option, you know. I totally understand I cannot do this right like this. I'm not stupid. I was not expecting to be roadblocked like this so hard though. To be completely honest. And that's not the only thing, right? But let's see. I can really recommend Bevy. It's not the most ergonomic, but it has painless multi-threading. No, I think I would do Railib first and then maybe GameMaker, but we'll see. Yeah, it's still 1,000, I think. Let's see, do another one. Oh, it's much faster, the Math Clamp F. Is it still 1 million? Or does it have to do with something else? Yeah, I don't know. Difficult to say because it's not saying what takes up the... So I would have to do deep profile, huh? Let's see, deep profile, maybe that's the thing. So how long does it take? Can't you batch field update and update it once per 10 seconds only after something gets destroyed? No, this method just... I don't think this method has a solution. I don't think it's... This method of making each tile aware of its surroundings is a solution. I just don't think it's a good idea to do this. Even if it sounds good on paper. I mean, a flow field works that way, right? So in a map like... what is it called? In a map like They Are Billions... In a game, sorry, not a map. In a game like They Are Billions, there's thousands of tiles. Thousands of grid cells. And they somehow have to fill in this data on the grid too. Now, obviously, they're going to use a job system or like threading system and then split this up as well. But even then, for example, a tile, like the way this works in They Are Billions is even crazier. You have a mechanic called noise. And if we extend that grid, let's say you have a building, let's make that a bit bigger. And the noise goes crazy wide, by the way. That's why I'm... Bro? That's why I'm saying this. Let's say you have a building here somewhere at the very bottom. There's your building. Neat little... tent. Like that's supposed to be a tent. And that gets attacked by a zombie. Right here. You know? Right, it's attacking it right here. On this position. You can have enemies on the opposite of the map get drawn by this noise and target this. That's possible. Because the noise comes from this location. Now, I know that it creeps up the noise, right? And it could be that when a zombie attacks here, it slowly fills each tile with some noise value. And then it just incrementally expands, right? So over time, as it expands even more, each tile, at some point, the noise reaches this tile here. And then it's like, oh, the noise comes from this direction. And each tile has a noise direction. It could be that. And so it's not like it's updating all of the tiles. No, it just updates this one and this one and this one and this one over, like slowly over time. And it just creates a circle. And then at some point, as the circle keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger, boom, right? And you could have that for multiple like situations, right, where there's noise coming from, and then like it all does. Maybe that. I feel like that's what they do actually, but yeah, maybe that's wrong. They probably combine it like one float field for the big movement to the base, and the base uses an A star or something. Did you try the built-in navigation? You mean the nav mesh? I mean, should we try nav mesh tomorrow then, chat? It's like a last test. Or do something else. What do you guys think? Move on or try nav mesh? Plus physics 3D. I don't really like 3D physics, man. They split so weirdly on this. Something else. Nav mesh is 3D. Nav mesh needs a 2D external implementation. I would move on over trying nav mesh, bro. You're just gonna get more pissed. Give up. Nav mesh doesn't exist for 2D. Doesn't work for 2D. Move on. Updating navigational meshes is super heavy. Oh, great. I know about super heavy. Right. Did we start this, by the way? $600 ms, 800 ms, 500 ms, 800. Yeah, it's still, I mean, math.clamp using the other math.clamp still takes 18%. And I don't know where the rest of the time is spent. Difficult to say. But get cell data is still 45%, so we shouldn't be doing that. Can't imagine it being faster. I mean, I already have the grid and I already have cell data. I just don't need to find anything that is close to the cell. I just put something that is occupied by. Flow fields are super expensive. Yeah, I learned that today. So let me test something, okay, guys? It's a public ref. But even then, since clamp is so bad, I never thought it would be. I mean, it's a million, right? Update grid. I don't really need to update the grid. All right, let me test. So I don't call update grid an enemy when they don't have a target. They get cell data in a loop. Like an update grid. Let me test something. Maybe I can fix this. My wife's gonna kill me. Already know that. Shit, man. But okay. We'll do that. If the target is null, we get our tile coordinates. And we update the tiles around. We look at the tiles around us, which is tile coords.x. Oh, actually y. Tile coords.y. Tile coords.x. and tile coords.x. Now I'm just gonna make enemies look at this stuff. We get the reference to the cell data using X and Y. Only when we don't have a target. And then we basically do this. We basically look. We look at the possible target and how. What is that? Well, the cell data has the occupied by. If the possible target is null. Oh, we don't break, but we continue. If... And then assign new child when we continue. Right? If we have no... We don't have a target. Well, first target is always the best. And now we choose the closest target if there's more targets around. So... We look at our target, and we look at the possible target's distance. So how about we call it possible target direction and possible target distance. And then if the possible target distance is less than the target distance, then we set our target to that target. So we choose the closest. And that's it. Get rid of this loop. And now we basically... I've basically implemented a chunking system for each enemy. I don't look at all of the enemy, all of the palisades, trees, stuff like that. And now enemies can attack trees. I mean, they will try to chase down the trees. If this works. Because the moment I place a tree, I put it into, like, let's get rid of the update grid, right? The moment I spawn a tree, I occupy the tile by the tree instance. Right? And, like, the trees would fill the tiles. And obviously, enemies looking at trees is bad. Like targeting trees. I would definitely have to test if it's a tree and then ignore that, right? But for now, I just want to test if it works with trees. That could mean we saved. Furizan, thank you very much for following. Right? You're attacking the tree? Okay, they are. And it works very nicely. Why are you not attacking this tree? Oh, it's trying to run towards the tree, but it's never hitting it. Oh, so they're trying to get to the tree. Yeah, I mean, but it does work. Okay. Why even have a flow field when you only go to visible objects? Listen... Don't ask smart questions like that, bro. What the hell? Why is the tree... Why? Feature spotted. Well, guys, how can I check if the possible target is a tree and skip it? How can I check that? Real quick. Box Collider 2D. Yeah, I'll do that in a second. You're 3D now? Yeah, I'll change back to 2D. But if possible, target. Dodge. Glad you did not give up, Cakes. I appreciate that. Went off for a walk. I hope you had a good walk, mate. Get component. Tree. Is null. Continue. Let's see. Just gonna test. Compare tag. If you set up, I don't know how performant get component is, but try it. Add tag to the tree. Yeah, okay. Hey, what are you hitting the tree for, bro? Feel like, yeah. Was ist das? Achso, ja, danke. Also für Drita, ne? Nee, aber ich mag keinen trockenen Kuchen. Ah, that's not for me. Oh, Dankeschön. I feel like this guy is ignoring my palisades here. And they're all trying to get to the trees. So I feel like the get component tree is not working. Alright. Let's test the compare tag. In order to do that, we need a tag on the tree, right? Oh, we had a tree. Grounds collider. I gotta clean this up. Guys, I'm not muted, I'm not dumb. But that's a bad tag. Tree grounds collider. Fine, compare tag. And what does this return? Boolean? If it has the tree compared, maybe that works. Cakes, now do a GDC talk about increasing your FPS. Shouldn't it be unequal to null? Equals should not be unequal. Oh. Okay, yeah, sorry. It's fine. Well, tag would be better, I guess. Aha. Oh! Oh, look at them attacking the thing. Why are you no longer attacking, bro? Aha. He stops. Oh, my wife's calling. I'm so dead, guys. I need to move. Where the hell are the enemies? Yeah, I gotta go. I need to go. I'll have to see what I do, guys. Now spawn 1,000? No, I'll have to see what I do with this game. Because I can see that finishing this take way too long because I just need to learn all of the engine features first. I see this taking at this rate like a month. Bro, you need to finish something. That's the point of exploring an engine, I guess. I mean, we have enemies attacking palisades, even though it's not perfect, but we have. Not sure why they stop attacking, but they do attack them. I think it's just too much to continue, or not to continue, but to finish it. Takes too much to finish it. Just finish it with minimal. I guess you're right, I should. Needs some UI. It needs a gameplay loop. We don't have a gameplay loop. The gameplay loop would be spawning enemies. I cannot walk outside for longer than X. I get spawned back in the middle. It would also mean that I need to create an interface where I can place down obstacles. And I need towers. Towers need to be able to shoot enemies, detect enemies, and yeah, just shoot them. It's not... and then we need to have a loop where, okay, now I have defended a wave. I need to chop trees. So trees need to... yeah, trees need to respawn. That takes a lot of time, at minimum a week. And if I get stuck again from any feature because I tried to do it the C++ way by accident, I think it'll take too long to finish in Unity, but I can try to finish it in something else. A week? Guys. All of the features I mentioned, I can code these in like 1 or 2 days in my engine. It's not even hard. What makes this hard for me is because... now these guys are okay, buddy, sure, buddy. Oh, yeah, okay, keep dreaming. Yeah, you're wrong. Bro, listen, okay? You're actually triggering me. Look. Dummy. First tower done. I could improve it a bit, but that's the first tower, and now I have this shooting arrows. Boom. Is that a good looking tower? No. But it's a tower. If I wanted to add some shading, right? And real quick, I'm like, okay, so here's the floor. And then this is the floor, so it's separate from these things, right? So now we know, okay, so that is the floor. Boom. Okay, so here's the plateau, like the platform, to create a little bit of depth, right? And just move on from here. I don't want to do that right now, but yeah, like do this, stuff like that. Like you can move on here with this and go harder and stuff like that. I don't want to do that. Yeah, like, so it goes quickly. They can go pretty quickly. Now it looks a little better, right? It's not perfect. It's not gonna be a tangy, guys. I told you I wanted to have towers, and I like, in actuality, I kind of want to have Vikings here, but I don't want to draw a Viking for each tower. So I was like, okay, well, why not just make towers, right? Towers shoot arrows, and then there'll be in this tower, right? If that is the tower, here inside the tower, there would be, I don't know, some sort of, I don't know, would have to draw that properly. Something that shoots, like something that has a bow, maybe, right? I don't know, but yeah, I'm gonna save that as a draft. Nice lamp. And so then you place these towers with the wood, right? Make them fit the art style with the colors and stuff. Place these with wood. And then all you need to do is figure out from this position where are enemies and attack. I've done this a million times in my engine. It's no big deal. But in Unity it's different. Just hard. For me at least. Because it's new, of course. Where's your source of light, bro? I don't need a source of light. I just follow the rules of this. Make this... No, I need to go home. As I said before, I'm already way too late. Is the adventure of Unity over? I don't know yet. We'll see tomorrow. I really want to finish this game, but it takes too long and I have other stuff to do as well. I don't just want to... listen, it's been very long. I keep clicking on the wrong thing, man. I feel like the streams have been too long for the outcome. Even in Godot, I was already much further along. Even doing my dumb C++ ways in Godot. You know? So I feel like I need another... I feel like I need a reset and another start in Unity. With something else. But we'll see. It's all scripting. Princess Tower, Harpon Tower. Oh. You can get that too. Remember, Megabunk was made in Unity within a year. No, I do agree, but I do see, I do understand that, but it'll take a long time for me to learn to get to something like that. There's many things. You know, what I do really like is I basically have everything there. I just need to learn how it's done. And then accept the fact that some stuff is just the way it is. You could get there within 6 months. Feel like it's a little too much of an investment for me right now. I have a feeling if I use Raylib, I would have another Steam game up in 3 months at minimum. If not earlier. If I were to start like a completely new game and focus on that. You guys can laugh, but I'm serious. I think I would. What do you mean? Why do you refuse because of social pressure? What do you mean social pressure? I have no social pressure. I don't care what people say about me. I mean, I do care, but like, I got so much to do that I just ignore most things. Like, people were shitting on me for my AI video. I don't care. I mean, I do care, but for like, I don't know, it was 10 minutes. And then I just had other stuff to do. There's no social pressure. I'm literally trying to find the best thing for me to make games. That's all. Cakes, you don't know what you don't know. Everything will take even more time than you think. Yeah, I know. But in Raylib, at least I know, let's say 80% of things. The big unknown would be the renderer. But for the most part, everything else I can control. And I can code in C++, C++ stuff like that. So the big unknown would be stuff like lighting and bloom, which, okay, I don't think I would spend 6 months doing. But this is more about Unity, Unreal Engine, or Godot. Oh yeah, no, I know that. I know. Then you're right, yeah. Does Raylib have physics? You don't need physics for a 2D game. You have like one function to collide two circles and you're good to go. Then maybe another function to test if something is inside a rectangle or if rectangles overlap. And I have these. There you have your physics. It's not hard to do. Done that before. I don't need Raylib's collision detection. I have my own. I can use it, and I have been using it. No, I'm learning. That's why I'm using Unity. The entire idea of this is to learn. Yeah, box 3 could also be, but using what I have plus Raylib would probably be the best. I just don't like the idea of me quitting midway through. But given the fact that I have to implement so much more in this game, and I feel like I could be done with this in 1 to 2 days if I was using Raylib right now, I feel like I'd be wasting my time if I continue right now. Because what do I learn continuing for multiple days, maybe weeks with this approach in Unity? Right? I feel like it would make more sense if I redo the entire project in Raylib and focus on, okay, what about how difficult will that be? And what about localization in Raylib? I don't believe you can do the game faster than in Unity. Try Raylib. I feel like you're baiting me right now to prove it to you, but I can. Lighting, there are plenty of articles about that written years ago. I'm saying the scope of the game is hard. It's not your own skill issue engine. I need to go. Anyways, I need to go. We'll see what I do. Maybe Raylib tomorrow, guys. I hate having to quit a Unity journey. I'm not doing it. If I do it, I'm not doing it because I couldn't do it, but I feel like time-wise, it would take too long. Maybe something happens overnight and I change my mind. I still need to think how to set up Raylib if I do, though. And so that will take time as well. We'll see. Don't quit. Yeah, we'll see. I don't use AI for that. For coding, no. That will slow me down for no reason. I don't need that. Not for something as simple as this. Anyways, I'll send you over to Lana Logs. Hope you had fun today. I appreciate everyone trying to help me. Thank you guys very much. We did get stuff done today. We learned something as well. So that's a good thing. I don't think Unity is bad at all. Don't get me wrong here. I think Unity is great. It just takes a bit longer to learn than I anticipated. Much more steeper learning curve than Godot, actually. I was already chunking out games at this point in Godot. So Unity is slower onboarding, but it is more powerful. So that being said, I hope you have a wonderful evening and peace. Goodbye, guys. Have a wonderful evening. Bye-bye. 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 Peace.